Members of council, this meeting is now resumed. If I can ask members of council to please rise for a moment of silence and remember Nabdi Agba. Thank you. Councillor Lee, that you want to say a few words before we start?
Thank you. Then I'd like to introduce the Vietnamese community that are here for the member motion to allow them to raise the freedom flag. So led by Dr. Lee. Raise your hands, Dr. Lee. Yeah. And all of them are here because they've been celebrating many years since I became a city councilor in 2006. I've come to the celebration on the Freedom Day on April 30th. And this year they're holding it again. The date we will let you know when the date will be when they will hold it, because it's normally on the weekend. And April 30th is not a weekend, so I hope that all of you will support the motion to approve them raising the freedom flag here on our roof podium at City Hall. And they do have a senator, but he's not here today, Senator No, that fought and allowed them to raise the freedom flag at Parliament Hill. And last year they raised it at Queen's Park as well. So thank you very much for your advocacy.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise proudly to acknowledge one of our colleagues who has been recognized by the DMZ at Ryerson University. And as you know, Ryerson University's DMZ ranks as the world #1 university-based incubator. I rise, Speaker, to acknowledge our colleague who it's been described as he's one of 30 inspirational women making a difference in tech. That colleague, as you know, is the advocate of our tech in the City of Toronto. In caption that describes the 30 inspirational women reads as follows. The Review's annual Women in Tech lists honors of some of Toronto's groundbreaking and influential women making a difference in the city's tech ecosystem. Whether they work for a not-for-profit or one of the city's most successful companies, these women are leaving their mark and driving change in the industry. It is no doubt that you know who I'm talking about. And ladies and gentlemen, members of council, I'd like to recognize our colleague, Councillor Michelle Holland, in recognizing her, as DMZ has, with this prestigious honor. And if you join me in a round of applause for our colleague, thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much. And just on a personal privilege, thank you so much to Councillor Thompson. And as Chair of Economic Development and as Vice Chair of Economic Development and the advocate for the innovation economy, I just want to say thanks so much to DMZ for that great honor. And it's been an honor and privilege really to serve as the advocate, as councillor, and on behalf of the city. And I just want to make sure that the whole city is recognized, and so many people that take part in that, and our staff that have really done a phenomenal job and great support to me, and all of you that are carrying out that work in tech and innovation in the city as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Madam Speaker, I've just been in conversation with staff, so I'm wondering on a point of order, there's some confusion about the order of the agenda now, given the time-specific motions. Yesterday I moved Consumers Next immediately after notices of motion, but they're now confused as to what they should be here for. Are we going to continue Reimagining Young or stick to that original motion?
No, I believe that we'll continue with the Yonge Street.
And there is
next.
if I may ask, there is another conflicting motion, because while I moved that motion, it was the first of the time-specific motions that Consumers Next be immediately after the notice of motion. If we're now going with Reimagine Yonge Street, there was a third motion that asks that after Reimagine Yonge Street comes the townhouse item. But my Community for Consumers Next is here because they were here when I moved that motion yesterday, so I was wondering if I could get a ruling on how you want to proceed.
Well, that's a problem when we have timed items, because we don't know the length of time that we're going to debate these items. And it's my opinion that we should continue with Yonge Street, and then following the members' motions, then we do the other timed items as we get to them.
But which one first? Was the townhouse item or Consumers Next?
I think it was the Consumers Next, which was the next one?
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before the recess, Council was considering item PW 27.1 on Reimagining Young, Shepherd to Finch Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Study. Members, is it your wish to consider the members' motion run through before we return to that item? And I would take the release of Member Holtz. Councillor Mihevc. Release of Holtz. Okay, just a sec. I have a point of order. Councillor Karygiannis.
Madam Chair, I was late in coming up because I had a meeting. However, I know that it was a condolence motion that was put in, and I do want to mention that the young man's family, Mr. Ogba, is in the chamber along with community members, sitting up on the second row. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mihevc, quick item, quick release.
Yes, thank you very much. On page 4, oh, sorry, my apologies. It's page 6. Page 6 on the blue sheets. CC 38.5. There was advanced circulation of an OMB issue where we do have now, we've successfully negotiated an arrangement between the community, our city solicitor, and the applicant. And can I just say can I take 30 seconds just to thank a few people?
Deputy Mayor Menawanga, did you want to hold the item down? Oh, Councillor Mihevc, can you name the subject, please?
Yes, thank you. It's 390 to 398 Spadina Road, a request for directions. There's a confidential report attached to it where our city solicitor is recommending support for an agreement on a development application. And all I want to say is I want to really thank our staff, and in particular Danielle El Madene, Amanda Hill, Emily Rossini, the planner, and Rox Chen for their great work on this file. They were here on Saturdays and Sundays working on it, and we've come to an agreement. Everyone is more or less content. Everyone had to give a little to get a little, and we're in a very good place on a very controversial development. So I urge you to support it, and we are in our legal department and our planning department's debt for the good work that they have, and the community's debt for the good work that all have achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Councillor Holliday? Sorry, item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. Near the bottom of page 4, PG 27.7, Ontario Municipal Board Appeal of Official Plan Amendment 231, Request for Directions. This morning, you would have found an advanced circulation of a confidential motion. I would like to place that motion. Thank you.
Now, I think a member of council wanted to ask questions.
I think Councillor Fagedakis, and I think
And
she's okay.
I've had my questions answered.
Okay, thank you. So on page 4, PG 24.7, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Councillor DeBarramaker, Councillor Mihevik, Councillor Cressy, please.
Councillor Davis, when you're seated.
The amendment to item PG 27.7 carries. The vote is 37 to 1.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Ainslie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 3, Audit Committee meeting number 11, AU 11.3, IT Infrastructure and IT Asset Management Review, Phase 1. I have an amendment that I would like to move. I've talked with staff and the chair of the committee, Councillor Holliday, that City Council requests the Chief Information Officer to implement the Auditor General's recommendations by the first quarter of 2019.
Okay, that's on page 3. AU 11.3, the amendment is on the screen. All in favor? Recorded.
Thanks, Stephen.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Shiner.
The amendment carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Item is amended, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Davis.
I'm trying to find glasses, but I'll try and do without them. And it is government management.
It's on page 3.
Page 3, thank you.
25.4.
Thank you. GM 25.4, the purchasing bylaw amendments and supplier code of conduct and other clarifications. I was going to try and make it coherent with the other two major financial reports that we referred off, but I will let it go. Mr. Patchuluk, that one's for you.
On page 3, GM 25.4, Councillor Davis is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Councillor Grimes, Councillor Mihevc,
The item is adopted unanimously, 38 in favor.
Okay, we do have a number of motions to be added. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I can have the clerks put the motion onto the screen. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This matter is urgent simply because we're making a modification to road operations based on feedback from the local community, and the work is already underway.
On favor?
Thank you.
Carried. Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. If it can be put on the screen. I'm adding a motion. I'm adding a motion. This one is urgent as the new policy is already in place.
On favor? Carried.
We're just introducing.
Just introducing it. Yeah. Yeah, it will be circulated, and then if you'd like to hold it down when we get through it. Okay. Who's next? That's it. Okay, so we'll do the members' motions. MM 38.1. No, we do members' motions first, and then we go back to the item. MM 38.1. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Carried. On the item? All in favor? Carried. MM 38.2. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Economic Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Cole, Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Crescenti, when
the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 33-6.
It's been held. MM 38.3. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item EX 30.2. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor? Reopening. All in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Who said hold? Councillor. Oh, recorded vote. Okay.
Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor McMahon, Councillor DeGiorgio, and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Filion, Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Davis.
The motion is adopted unanimously, 37 in favor.
MM 38.4. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.5. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Who said hold? I'm sorry, I didn't hear who said hold. Councillor Fragedakis? Okay. MM 38.6. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor Mamalidi.
Councillor Davis.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 36 to 1.
Okay, just a sec. Hold on. Okay, please. First of all, that was just to waive referral, but Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, but you want to reopen? Okay, so now this is on the main motion, recorded vote.
Putting it out to you. I mean, you can do the vote now. I know it'll carry, but I know that he had indicated it also at a public meeting that he wanted to vote for.
Well, I don't know where the mayor is. Is the mayor coming in? No.
That's fine.
So let's vote on it. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Filion, thank you.
This is on the item.
The motion to adopt the item carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Okay, now the vote's been taken. Thank you. MM. MM 38.7. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to a reopening of item EX 31.2. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. Did somebody say recorded? Recorded vote to reopen.
Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Thank you.
The motion to reopen item EX 31.2 as it pertains to this budget carries. The vote is 28 to 10.
Who said that? Okay, Councillor Carroll. $38.8. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? Recorded. Okay, Councillor Holliday wants a recorded vote on waiving referral. Well, that's a recorded vote on waiving referral.
Members, we canceled the previous vote, so you may need to press your button again.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Carroll, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Davis and Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Grimes, please.
Councillor Lee, please.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 33 to 7.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Shiner. Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Robinson, may we have your vote, please? Thank you.
The motion carries. The vote is 38 to 2.
MM 38.9. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral. I can't hear myself. This motion is subject to referral to the Parks and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote?
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Holland, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Davis, please.
This is the wrong member's motion. It's been changed since then.
There's a revised one.
Is there?
Oh, it's amendment, yeah.
Oh, it's an amendment.
Okay, Councillor McMahon, on your question, if we if it passes to refer, to waive referral, then Councillor Wong Tam has a number of amendments that she will make on it before we deal with the item. Okay? All right.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 27 to 12.
So we'll hold the item down. No. Do you have the amendment? Okay. Counts. Yes, you have the right to hold it. No, Council Wong Tam, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong wants to hold it. But okay, if you want to hold it, but the item will be held. Okay, thank you. All right. MM 38.10. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? All in favor? Carried. MM 38.11. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.12. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 27.5. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. Okay, all in favor of waiving referral? Of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.13. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item EX 25.3. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. I only see one person. Recorded vote. On the reopening.
Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Palacio, Councillor Holland, Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Davis.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher. Thank you.
Councillor Davis, please.
The motion to reopen item EX 25.3 carries. The vote is 34 to 5.
On the item? Carried. MM 38.14. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Fletcher, please. Thank you. And Councillor Burnside. Councillor Burnside, we have your vote, please.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 28 to 11.
Who's, I didn't hear. Okay, Deputy Mayor Manawang is holding. MM 3815. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.16. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3817. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Government Management Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fragedakis. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong Tam.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 30 to 9.
Okay, the item has been held. Deputy Mayor Manawang. MM 38.18. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3819. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Government Management Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion is being deemed urgent by the Chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3820. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3821. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3822. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. These appointments are made up by City Council. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3823. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor, the item? Carried. MM 3824. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Davis,
Councillor Holland, Councillor Fletcher, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 37 in favor.
MM 3825. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor? Carried. MM 38.26. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor? Carried. MM 38.27. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of item EY 24.5. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.28. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Nobody's voting. All in favor? MM 38.29. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.30. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of items T 24.50 and 29.53. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen these items. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.31. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Recorded. Pardon? I'm sorry, I can't hear. Councillor Troisi wants to hold it? Okay. Continue. Now, the mayor will be here in a few minutes, so I know that there's two other members of council that would like to question the mayor. So what we'll do is we'll go to the next speaker, Councillor Shiner.
She's a real handful. She's Madam Speaker, could I get the overhead turned on and my time started when it's there?
Yes. It's not. You're on the list to question the mayor. Okay.
I know, but I'm not speaking it, so. Could you get the overhead turned on?
Okay, Councillor Steiner?
I need a little light on this or something.
I don't know. I don't turn the lights on.
I need a little light turned on to this thing. So,
I'm not responsible for the lights.
I know, but they're just getting it set up, my fault. And could I get some order in the room? I got my colleagues all over here.
I don't know.
Councillor Cressy, please, I'm here and I got to speak, and you guys want to have a meeting, it's okay. Well, she keeps telling me I'm here, I got to speak, like the speaker. Thank you.
I heard what you said, Councillor Shiner.
The speaker. My apologies there.
Okay, hold on. Are you ready to start?
Sure, I'm ready to start. If I could, well, Madam Speaker, I put this up here to give you an idea. Yonge Street and the other two pink lines, Bayview and Bathurst Street. And the reason I did that in the highlight of the area, the Yonge Street City Center, because this is Willowdale. Am I fighting with the people here?
I know. Hello. Why is there so much noise? Come on, members of council, staff, please.
Yeah, maybe I'll just call the question.
Councillor Campbell? I know, but it's very noisy.
Yeah, call the question. Gotta be out of here today.
I don't, John, what, people are just talking. Huh? Okay, Councillor Shiner.
So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to draw people's attention to what we really have. We have a city center, which is a center of all of Willowdale, high density, and it has ring roads around it to try and keep the traffic out of the neighboring communities. But that is the heart of our community. That's where people go from Bayview or Leslie or Bathurst Street to the shops, to the stores, to the theaters. It is a mixed-use community. In the center, it's high-density condos. All around it, it's low-rise residential. And we all depend on the ability to get to Yonge Street and to support those stores and to use them. What did we have? We really have two plans. We have a plan for bike lanes, 3 lanes on Yonge Street, 2 for cars, 1 for bikes, or we have a plan for 3 lanes where you can drive or park. And please excuse the staff reproduction because one of the bike lanes had really good trees, and this one the trees seem to be dead. So I don't know where that's at. But there are 2 options that are in front of us. Both of them are still 3 lanes. One allows you to park. So in the staff plan, what they came up with is they gave me these drawings here. And if you look on your left, over here, that's the existing plan. A lot of red, a lot of yellow, a lot of areas that really, very wide, very narrow boulevards or public space in the public environment. But if you look at the 2 revised plans, they both are green almost everywhere. Now, what are the little black dots? The little black dots are out of context because those little black dots are part of the Yonge Street Center plan. That's all the areas where above the public realm we have an extra 4 meters of public space because all the buildings are required to be set back. So you have a minimum of 6 meters of setback area along that whole stretch. You tell me where you have that much public realm. Now let me show you one of the areas that was under 2 meters. It was shown in yellow. That's an area that says it's deficient in public space. How many of you would love to have that along your main streets? I wouldn't call it deficient. That is there's a little parkette in the back, so we're there. It's the city that's deficient in one of them. In another one, it's an old strip mall. So the issue is that we have 2 options. One that allows you to have parking on the street and you can remove that parking in rush hour, and the other one is a bike lane there full time. The bike lane has a big problem. We often look for neighboring streets that we could put them on where they're safer. In this case, we have the road network, which is literally a short walk away, never mind seconds on a bike, because we're saying in the staff plan, and Councillor Fillion's plan, park on the side street and walk to Yonge. Well, if you can park on Beecroft and walk to Yonge Street, well, that's close enough to cycle. And the big difference, because of the first map I showed you, being ring roads, there are 11 full intersections on the Yonge Street plan that cyclists have to cross. There are only 4 on the Beecroft plan. It is a much safer plan. And still, you have a minimum of 20 feet of pedestrian way along the whole plan with the Beecroft plan. So I look and I say, how are we going to deal with that? And that's why the other option came up, because it's safer. The medical officer of health said both plans were equally safe. The general manager of transportation said both plans were safe. We can look at where we have to put this, but the needs of seniors, those with accessibility problems and others should also be taken into account, and they don't work with the Yonge Street plan. So, I'm going to leave you with one last thing. It seems to follow up on what the mayor said. My colleague was very strong for bike lanes, as a strong biker. But I see every time I go to City Hall, I've noticed in his parking spot is his car. And at the public session, they said he lives at 106 Parkview Avenue, 4 blocks from Yonge Street, and still takes his car. That is the people that we have in the North District. That's what people are. They use their cars first, and they use their bikes second.
Michael, how often do you take the subway? Michael?
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, I'm going to give a different perspective. Madam Speaker, we often talk here of honoring the good work of staff, supporting their professional approach, and doing evidence-based transportation planning and evidence-based land use planning. And I'm going to suggest to you that when you really focus on the issue at hand, that the evidence and regard and study that has been conducted for, what, a couple of years now, points us in a certain direction. Let me say this too, just before I put this chart on the screen. I think we all have to recognize that staff have been put in a bit of a pickle when the mayor is of one view and they are tending towards another view. They're in a tight spot. However, I do think that we teased out of them what they think is not a good option, but what is the better option. I think it's fair for us to say around here, no one is saying that the Beecroft option, or at least I'm not saying the Beecroft option, is a bad option. Really, it is a comparison between the Beecroft option and the Transform Yonge option. I'd ask Vanna White here to put something on the screen. This would be my assessment. When we ask staff what is better in terms of public realm and environment, because there's going to be more trees, there's going to be more patios, more business on Yonge Street, the tilt goes towards Transform Yonge. In terms of pedestrian realm, yes, Beecroft option has a little bit wider sidewalk for Yonge Street, but it has more sidewalk on the Transform Yonge side. That side goes to Transform Yonge as well. When you look at cycling, so you don't have to dipsy-doodle in and out of Beecroft if you're going from, say, somewhere north of Finch to somewhere south of Shepherd, it is better to keep it on a safe route on Yonge Street itself. The cycling community has said that very clearly and unambiguously. That goes to Transform Yonge. Vision Zero, the staff have articulated very clearly that from a safety perspective, this is the safer option. Now, that isn't to say Beecroft is not a better option than what you have now, but the safer option between the two, and that's what we're choosing, is the Transform Yonge option. The cost, that goes in a strong way towards Yonge Street. Now, some people are saying 9 million, some people are saying 13 million, some people are saying 20 million, somewhere in that range. The cost of Transform Yonge is definitely a lot cheaper. When asked about consistency with secondary plan and the official plan, the zoning bylaw and official plan, that's what that should read, Transform Yonge is the better option. Around the TTC, there are some issues there that are of concern. Transportation staff had one perspective, TTC had another perspective. That's why I put that down as question mark plus. So I would ask you, on the balance of the evidence that is before us, comparing the two options, it seems to me that Transform Yonge is just the stronger case. It's just the stronger case. And we tease that in the question period out of our staff from a variety of departments. Madam Speaker, what I think we have here is really some people, frankly, are operating, some of us are operating in a paradigm where we think mobility equals a car-centered development, transportation development form. And I get it. Many of us, most of us, myself included at one point, thought that way. But our official plan articulates very clearly the shift that we need to make in our mind's eye. And the shift is from mobility equals more available road space for cars to mobility equals using multi-modes to move people and goods and services around. It's very simple. You do not necessarily increase mobility by increasing the road network. You don't automatically decrease mobility by taking a lane off of Yonge Street. I don't think the penny has dropped for many folks. This is an important issue for us, not just for the downtown area, but for the city as a whole. Madam Speaker, I think the evidence points in one direction. I hope we can follow the evidence and vote to stick with the Transform Yonge option. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No applause, please. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, like we had when we were debating what choice we were going to make with the Gardiner, we have a historic opportunity to transform Yonge in the most fundamental ways to make it more pedestrian-friendly, more cyclist-friendly, more focused on a multimodal mobility option, and to make it a vibrant urban core for the North York Centre. We have that opportunity now, and we can either grasp that opportunity or we can miss that opportunity. But we've been presented now with two options, just like we were with the Gardiner, and I submit that we chose the wrong option for the Gardiner. But there's a similarity here. Staff have come to us with an evidence-based plan that we've heard is their preferred choice, both by our transportation staff and our planning staff. And the mayor's office and perhaps others have said, no, that wasn't good enough for us. We want you to bring us something else. So now we have two options. But when I look at what the opportunity is in front of us, it is so clear what we should do if we are to provide leadership. Now, I respectfully say that we have a responsibility not to, as Mayor Tory kept saying, look for the balanced approach. I heard that repeatedly. We need to find the balance, the balance, the balance. That, in my view, is timid when it comes to urban planning. I believe we need to show courage. We need to do what is right. We need to do what is a once-in-a-many-decade opportunity, which is to transform Yonge into a remarkable main street for North York and for the entire city of Toronto. That's what we should do. Let us show leadership. Let us show courage. Let us show vision. Let us do something that is brave, as Councillor Fillion has done locally. Now, I also asked the General Manager of Transportation, Barbara Gray, about Vision Zero. The Mayor and all of us have repeatedly said we believe that we need a Vision Zero focused city, that we should do everything in our power to protect every single resident, whether they are a child or a senior or anyone in between. That is our dedication, that is our commitment, that is our promise. When I asked Barbara Gray which plan is the preferred choice that will realize our Vision Zero plan, that will fulfill our commitment, Barbara Gray said that it is Transform Yonge. If you believe that it is our responsibility to protect the residents of Toronto, we should choose Transform Yonge. If you are not committed to that, do something else. It's your choice. But when you talk about safety, we're not looking for that magic, balanced, mushy place in the middle, as even I've been criticized for before. That's not going to save lives. Let's show leadership, let's show courage, even, yes, in an election year. And if we believe in doing the right thing, let's go out there and let's knock at doors and tell them what we did. Let's boast about what we did. Let's be proud of what we did. That we did the right thing, the honest thing, the evidence-based thing, the thing that we know will save more lives and prevent preventable deaths and preventable serious injuries. What do you want to do? Now, the Mayor's office and others may have told you, just vote for the alternate option that's been presented to you. I've heard spin, I've heard various arguments why it's the better, balanced thing to do. It's your choice. Do that if you wish. But then ask yourself, what are you doing here? Because decades later, when our kids and our grandkids look back and they wonder, what are the decisions they made? Did they, and I'm sorry to drift here for a moment, but I'm going to. Did they create a city that could have had a 24 LRT network in Scarborough, or did they give them a multi-billion-dollar subway station? Did they create a remarkable waterfront, or did they do what no other 21st century city in the world is doing? Rebuilding an elevated expressway that is not only more expensive now, but will be more expensive to maintain for decades to come. Did they grasp the opportunity to transform Yonge into a vibrant Main Street and a safer Main Street? Or did they take the balanced, safe approach, and when I say safe for your political careers, rather than the residents of Toronto? It's your choice. But I strongly urge you to do the right thing. What you know is in your heart, what you know is in your mind. And then you provided service, and you provided leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now go back to the questions to the Mayor. Councillor Wong Tam, Mayor Tory.
Thank you very much.
I'll ever be, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to the Mayor. I just wanted to confirm that that in your motion, when you refer to pedestrians, were you referring only to pedestrians, or did you also mean to include all vulnerable road users?
Actually, Madam Speaker, through you, I'm happy to include all road users in the sense that the objective here is to make Yonge Street, whether we're doing one option or the other, or leaving it as it is, as safe as possible. I think I'd sensed there was a particular concern about this. I wrote it from the perspective that if the cycling is going to be moved to Beecroft, we'll produce safe separated bike lanes there, so you're left dealing with safety in particular of pedestrians, because there's been a lot of discussion about the 6 lanes and whatnot. But if you said to me that we were trying to take measures to make it safer generally for all users, I have no issue with that. And the intention, though, was to address something that had been repeatedly discussed, which was the safety of pedestrians in particular, since the option I support presumes that the bike traffic is moved to the other street.
Okay, so thank you very much. That is very helpful. So it sounds to me that if I was to move a friendly amendment and to delete the word pedestrian and perhaps to insert for all vulnerable road users, it sounds to me you would be agreeable to that.
I think so. At first blush, I'd want to, yes, I think I probably would be, because that's the intent, is to make it safe.
Because I think it would also be safe to assume that even if bike lanes were on Beecroft, you're not going to eliminate all cycling activity on Yonge Street. There will still be people who need to cycle along Yonge Street, even if there is a bike lane on Beecroft.
Madam Speaker, I want to be clear, though. That would not mean to me that the intent of my motion, even if it's amended in the way you suggest, would imply that I'd be favorably disposed to having 2 sets of bike lanes. I think if we're going to do a really good set of bike lanes, and oftentimes our efforts in the past have been fallen short because we haven't done real separated bike lanes that are truly safe no matter where they are, my intention would be to have a set of very safe separated bike lanes on Beecroft, and on Yonge Street, take steps, obviously, to try and make sure people are going to be safe, but certainly indicate the preferred cycling corridor would be on Beecroft.
And simply because I see in the motion that you're referring to the objectives and best practices of Vision Zero, I assume that you also are aware that Vision Zero embraces the full responsibility of creating a fail-safe network built into the streets and the built environment, including vehicles. So we, as the state, as government, take on full responsibility of providing a failure-safe environment for road users. Is that your intention?
I'm also saying, through you, Madam Speaker, that I believe that's achievable with the option that I support. So in that sense, obviously, my objective would be to create an environment and fail-safe simply means that you're achieving Vision Zero, which is to say there aren't, that your objective is to have no injuries, no deaths, no collisions, ultimately, that happen in that stretch of road, knowing that's a very high standard to meet, but that's what we should be trying to achieve. I believe it is possible to achieve that with the bike lanes on Beecroft and with the other forms of transportation, including, of course, pedestrians on Yonge Street, but the objective of my motion is to make sure that Yonge Street, that whatever we do with it in the end after the vote here, that we make it safer, both presently in the immediate context with things we can do now, and then subsequent to whatever construction takes place.
So then ultimately your motion with the friendly amendment is to make Yonge Street safer for all vulnerable road users, embracing the full best practices and principles, the core principles of Vision Zero.
Yes,
That's right.
Look, but I want to be clear that I don't have that list in front of me, and so I want to be clear. If you were to bring it over to me and I could look at it, I could probably say, yes, all of these principles are things that are consistent with what I'm advocating. I just don't want to have you read back to me at some point a principle and then underneath that say, well, that really meant this particular measure, like a stop sign every 6 feet or something. I know you wouldn't do that, but I just, so yes, the idea is to make it as safe as we can. If you're serious about Vision Zero, which I am, and I know we are collectively, then you're serious about doing, as much as you can, and there are different ways of going about it, but as much as you can to make it safe, and for vulnerable users, including pedestrians and including cyclists and including people with differing abilities and so on.
And certainly, Mayor, I would not, and through you, Madam Chair, I would not be reciting any technical requirements for you, but rather just a reminder for all of us that Vision Zero is about shared responsibility and shared spaces on the road and the right to safe mobility, and then that for government to assume full responsibility by designing our roads, all our infrastructure to prevent all preventable deaths and collision.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I hope that you heard me say earlier on that I believe whether it's a 6-lane road or an 8-lane road or a 2-lane road, that there are ways through various things we know about and techniques that are in use as part of the best practices, including narrower lanes and lists that I probably couldn't even, do here out of my head, that we can make a road, whatever number of lanes it has, very much safer for vulnerable users without taking away from the mobility. And when you mentioned that expression about mobility, I took note when Councillor Mihevc was speaking of the fact that I am not advocating mobility equals a car-centered environment or design, but I think mobility has to include cars because that's just realistic, but it includes cars in the way that you just said, which is that we make it as safe as possible for the vulnerable users. And I've said many, many times, I do not consider automobile drivers to be certainly at anywhere near the top of the list of vulnerable users because they're surrounded by 2 tons of steel. But they do exist, and they will continue to exist for some time to come, and that's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Mayor Tory, are you aware that we didn't really have what I'd call a public meeting? We had events where people could come, see a plan and an option, and then give comments. I think you're aware that's the way this went. It wasn't like round table for people's best thoughts, and I say that because there were 3 different comment cards that I have from those events. Would you be surprised to know that on all 3 of these, it only talks about a Yonge Street bike lane option? It doesn't have on any of them, any of the options for bike lanes on Beecroft? And is that something that we should make sure we correct in the future to get all the options there?
Well, Madam Speaker, through you, of course, I think these public meetings, and it's funny because I often get people saying to me, well, on King Street there was just no chance to be heard. And yet we had consultative meetings that had hundreds of people at them from every walk of life, from business and everywhere else, and they had a huge say in narrowing the list of options from what was, I think, a half a dozen down to 1. But I think that the notion of options being presented to this body, we are a decision-making body. And so decisions often imply that you have a choice. I guess you always have a choice to do nothing, but I would think it is preferable to have some choices that can be made available to us, and then we make a judgment and we're accountable for it. So the answer to your question would be, certainly when there's widespread discussion of more than one option, you'd think that would find its way into these reports. And ultimately it did when we asked for it, so I guess we're here and we have 2 options in front of us.
So going along that vein, one of the petitions, I guess, that has been sent to us has 270 names in it. And going along what you showed us about what Councillor Fillion's commitment was to build bike lanes on Beecroft in this election brochure, are you surprised that of the 270 names, 16 are from Councillor Fillion's area, opposing the bike lanes? 4 are from my community. 1 is from Councillor Pasternak. So out of the 270, almost 250 of the names in the petition aren't here, and only 20 are from the affected area, along with the fact that when you heard earlier, no ratepayer groups. It was actually the Beaver-Cummer Association president wrote an op-ed that the Korean Business Association had concerns about it. Like, are you concerned that the people in the community really aren't being heard with this?
Well, I would say this, Madam Speaker, through you. Just as I didn't discount when Councillor Fillion was asking me about all these people who'd said they supported Transform Yonge, I don't discount that at all. But I also don't discount people from outside, whether they're in favor of Transform Yonge or in favor of the option that I support. I don't discount anybody's opinion. They're all citizens of Toronto. They're all people that want to move around. They're all people, I hope, that want to visit Yonge Street and make it a success. And they all have an opinion, and they all are residents of Toronto. So, you know, I think we have to be careful when we're sort of looking at everybody supporting this that's in the local area, that, you know, in fact, those numbers on that one petition are somewhat different, but I don't discount those people. They have an opinion, and I'm delighted that we're hearing it, but I just, you know, I think all of these things often, and many of these things, descend into this discussion of saying there's black and there's white and there's nothing in between. One point of view is legitimate, the other point of view isn't legitimate at all, and I just think that's not fair to the people we represent who have differing views on these things, nor is it fair to us, where we're entitled to have different views. That's why we're here.
And the bike lane itself, as proposed, it's 1.5 miles long. That's it. It starts at Highway 401, and it ends by the GO Regional Bus Terminal, TTC Terminal, north of Finch. It's 1.5 miles long. It'd be fair to say it's from nowhere to nowhere because we haven't got any plans now to come up from the south and get under the 401, and we have no plans to go any from the north. And in fact, we'll be leaving the cyclists at the north section, which is my greatest concern. The bike lane ends at the bus depot, and they'll be going into a dedicated bus lane in rush hour where 700 or 800 buses travel every day, and they have to cycle in that.
I would only say in response to that question, Madam Speaker, that for better or for worse, we've built a number of stretches of bike lanes that began as a proposition that didn't begin in a particular place or end in a particular place, but ultimately have come to be connected to a network that we have been expanding over time, and I think we have to continue to expand it. I mean, I hope people are very clear in their understanding of the fact that I am not against bike lanes, and that's evidenced by the fact that I put a very carefully proposal in front of the council, or I didn't, but the Public Works Committee did, and I support one, that will build bike lanes on Beecroft. But I think we will ultimately have to answer the question, what are they going to be connected up to, whether the ones on Yonge Street or whether they're the ones on Beecroft?
So would you be surprised that many of the members here that are supporting the bike lanes on Yonge Street don't support the bike lanes on Danforth and other areas like that?
I literally did not, of course, know you were going to ask that question, but I was going to say that I think we could have a very interesting discussion in this room, Madam Speaker, if we were to go around councillor by councillor and say, well, how about your stretch of Yonge Street? Why don't we have a couple of miles there where we cut down the lanes of traffic and have some bike lanes? It'll be very interesting, and you could use Yonge Street or a number of other streets, what the responses would be. So I just think what we have to do, and that's why I don't apologize for adopting a balanced approach to these things that respects the fact that there are many different groups of people we have to serve, including cyclists, including pedestrians, including drivers, including transit vehicles, and I believe this option that I'm supporting is a balanced approach that will move us forward in terms of transforming Yonge Street, perhaps in a different way, but move us forward in a way that is safer for cyclists, safer for, ultimately, with the measures I believe we can take here for pedestrians, and that it is something that I think, as you say, if you scratched a little bit, you might find that people who are going to take one position today might take quite a different position if we were discussing their own neighborhoods.
Councillor Cressy.
Sorry, you're stuck with me, sir. Briefly, listen, changing streets is hard. We've been through many of them together. I guess I would just, a few brief questions. Do you acknowledge that on this stretch of Yonge, that there is already an emerging mode shift? That in fact, the number of cars using this stretch has already decreased 21% over the last 20 years, and that's continuing. Do you acknowledge that?
The facts are the facts, but I also acknowledge the fact that as you have a rapidly growing city, a rapidly growing York region, I don't try to disabuse anybody of the fact that some of these cars are coming from York region, a number of them, and but I also am aware of the fact that our present subway, running in this stretch of Yonge Street is dramatically overcrowded, that we have other transit projects on the books, that we have other places we can build the bike lanes, which may not be the case everywhere. There may be other places where you just don't have the Beecroft alternative, which to me is so sensible and so safer than Yonge Street, a busy street, which is still going to be a busy street even after if it was reduced to 4 lanes. And the final thing that I'll say is that I think that we have an opportunity here to achieve all of the things that we need to achieve and do it in a way that does not disrupt and make worse traffic that is already among the worst in the city.
So I guess, but you acknowledge that in fact that mode shift, that the number of people driving through this stretch has gone down 21% in recent decades, and that trend continues, while the number of people walking has gone up 6% and taking public transit has gone up 18%. So you acknowledge that do you acknowledge that by maintaining a 6-lane road, we're maintaining 6 lanes for a declining number of drivers instead of improving the experience to enhance the downtown for an increasing number of the other modes?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I will say to the councillor this, which is that whatever the numbers may be, and if it's down 21%, and I recall hearing that number, I think reading it in the report as well, I think most people who frequent that area of town, and I frequent it often, as some of you do, and I was there as recently as last Sunday, would still say, even if that's true, the mobility situation for those people who find themselves in cars, trucks, and yes, transit vehicles, and we heard an official, a dispassionate professional official of the TTC stand up today and say this would not be good for transit operations. So I guess I would say that even if those are the numbers, and I'm not going to argue with them any more than I argue with the positive numbers on King Street, that it is still the case that the traffic situation up there is chaotic, and I believe would be made more so by the option that is in front of the council, and it's not the only consideration. As I said earlier on, based on the comments of Councillor Mihevc, I don't believe, and I'm not supporting the second option, the Beecroft, because mobility equals car-centered. I am saying, though, that a responsible, balanced approach to making decisions in the city about mobility includes cars. How could it not? How could it not? Nobody's really pretending that there aren't going to be cars tomorrow morning or in 2020.
Nobody's proposing to eliminate cars on Yonge.
Right.
I guess the question I would ask is that if there is an ongoing declining mode share of people driving, and we're making a decision now to last the next 75 years, is it not incongruent of this council to endorse proceeding with extending the North Subway line north for the 74% of commuters who use this corridor driving from York Region, to endorse building the relief line to help improve this, but at the same time not shift the mode for car drivers? Is it not incongruent of us to invest in public transit, but not at the same time recognize that cars are proving less and less necessary in a growing downtown?
I will say respectfully to the councillor through you, Madam Speaker, that the incongruence to me, or the incongruency, comes from the fact that we allowed to begin with all of this development to take place that is happening, that has created a situation where our transit is overcrowded, where our traffic is a mess, where there is a safety issue, where cyclists are not properly and safely provided for, and the transit is on its way, but we all know it's going to take quite a bit of time. And so I'd say the solution in the meantime, because the transit is not here to give people the alternative, is not to make the situation, what I would argue, is worse. And so I think the situation that we presently have is bad for the environment, bad for business, bad for families in terms of the time that they're spending in traffic jams that I have been in. So I'm not making this up based on some ideology. You know that I'm not an ideologue about this or anything else. I am a pragmatist, and I sort of look at each situation as it comes. I have been prepared to join with you and others here to do things on King Street and Bloor Street when I thought what was put forward was right and would do the right thing overall in that balanced way. And I don't apologize for trying to achieve balance on these things, not for a minute.
So I guess one last question then in terms of short-term versus long-term is if we had the Yonge North subway line built to help support the 74% of commuters from York Region who are driving, would we need these 6 lanes still? Like, are we not making a rash decision if in the short term without the transit it's a problem? Should we not then not make a 75-year decision before we have clarity on that?
When, Madam Speaker, the member refers to a rash decision, I didn't actually push this forward now to this council at this time. In fact, I made an argument that we might want to look at this later. But having said all that, I would just say to you that, you know, I learned early on in this business, and I learned it when I was a lawyer and a businessman, not to get into the business of answering hypothetical questions. You know, I mean, if we'd built the Yonge Street subway extension north and the relief line 20 years ago, there'd be a lot of discussions we wouldn't be having around here, and that'd be a great thing that we did that. But nobody did, and I will say, under this administration, with work that I have led, not alone, but I've led it with others, we have billions of dollars to actually do those things now, and the challenge for us is actually going to be to get them done and stop the endless debating around here. So I won't answer your hypothetical question because it's hypothetical.
Councillor Davis.
Mr. Mayor, the question I have has to do with building for the future, not hypothetically, because we did approve a complete streets policy, which you endorsed, as did this whole council. And our direction was to build it opportunistically, and that was when we were doing major investments in our road infrastructure. Why would we not build this road, which is going to serve us for 50 to 75 years, in a way that meets the design guidelines that we just approved and recognizes the modal shifts that we are attempting to achieve? That's the fundamental question, or one of them for me.
Yeah, and Madam Speaker, I'll say to the member, I understand that point completely. And I will just say to you that, you know, when that modal shift was something that needed to be acknowledged in our decision-making with respect to Bloor Street, because the circumstances there were such that we could do that in a way that I think in the prevailing circumstances, I stood up and said I would do that. When King Street required a fundamental change to take account of a modal shift, I stood up and said that. And there are going to be occasions, though, as you well know, with every policy, including the official plan starting there, it seems to me that the exceptions start being made to the official plan about a half an hour after the ink is dried. And I will just say that in the case of Complete Streets and our voting for that and voting for the 9 principles, that never contemplated, because around here you know, because you've been here a lot longer than me, that there are going to be exceptions to every instance like that. And I would say in this case, for the reasons that I've tried to state, it's an exception where if we're being asked to make the vote today on something that was completely compliant, and I haven't really gone through the 9 principles to make sure that Transform Yonge is, that I would say, well, on this one I beg to differ. And look, I'm just standing up here espousing a point of view. I'm part of a group of councillors who may or may not turn out to constitute the majority, but this place is all about having different opinions on things, and we'll have the vote, and that's the way it works, as you know.
Yes, I understand that. Except that this will be the investment for 50 to 75 years on this street. And if it has to be rebuilt or changed in the future, then we're just throwing money away by not accepting that we should build it according to the design standards that we have just adopted. So why would we not look to the future and build this in a way that reflects what we know will be the modal shift? It will be.
I think, Madam Speaker, we should be fair about this when we talk about the price tag and the 50 years, which is that the majority of the cost of this item, whatever it ends up being, is going to be on the reconstruction of Yonge Street, which if we weren't even thinking about complete streets and we weren't thinking about bike lanes and we weren't thinking about public realm, the major part of the cost is rebuilding the road. And I understand that there's a difference potentially, and I haven't gone through all the math of the difference in cost of building a 6-lane versus a 4-lane road, but if you build the 4-lane road, there's an additional cost of doing the other things that take up the space, the public realm, the median, and all that sort of thing. So I think we have to be fair about this. There's going to be some difference in cost, and I'll be prepared to acknowledge, especially including the consideration of the Beecrofts Lane, that there might be some higher cost involved in making the decision I support, but the notion that we're kind of throwing this money away and that there'll be nothing for it, I just think is not realistic, and it's not even a forthright way to describe this to the public.
I didn't describe it that way, Mr. Mayor.
But the implication,
So,
I acknowledge that, Madam Speaker, the member didn't, but the implication of a lot of our discussions today has been that somehow if we adopt the option that I support, the world will come to an end, all will be lost, this entire sum of money will be wasted forever, and the members all know that's just not true.
Well, frankly, I didn't hear a soul say that. So one of the things that I also struggle with is why would you deny the people of North York Centre the opportunity to build out that community in the way that it was envisioned under the secondary plan? This is the time. When will the time be right to give the people of North York the kind of Main Street and downtown that they've been promised for decades?
I don't want to answer, Madam Speaker, a question with a question to be smart, yeah, I just simply want to say to you, though, why would you assume that the option that I am supporting, which a number of other councillors I hope will support, doesn't allow the people of North York Centre, as you described them, to have exactly what you described? Because I went through today, and you can disagree, and that's fair enough, but we will get, with this option that I support, new bike lanes in the centre of North York, about, 150 feet to the west. They're safe, separated bike lanes. We will get improved public realm. Different, but it will be improved public realm. We will get safety measures for traffic and pedestrians. We will get things that I think will actually be commensurate with the views of many other people who may not have been heard from here to the same extent, including some of the groups that one of the councillors referred to in business groups. I think it was actually Councillor Mammoliti, who actually were opposed to the Yonge Street Transform scheme. So again, to me, this is part of the way this is all being portrayed, which is that the option I support, Yonge Street being transformed with Beecroft in a different way, somehow gets 0 points on the scale, and that the other one gets 100, and that there's no possibility that well, I know you didn't, but I'm talking about the tone of the overall debate.
Please.
So anyway, well, we've had...
Stop interrupting. Wow, and time's up, yes. Okay. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Gosh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm exhausted from this debate already. I must admit, when I first heard about this proposal and I read through it, I was in a bit of a dilemma because of the options before us. I like to cycle. I'm a past member of Cycle Toronto, and I've assured Councillor McMahon that I will renew my membership. Many of the residents in Ward 10 are cyclists, and many of them advocate for biking infrastructure. But I'm also familiar with this section of Yonge Street, and I'm also very familiar with Bathurst Street, which is just to the west, which runs right through the heart of Ward 10. And I can tell you both anecdotally and statistically that these sections of roadway are a mess. They are gridlocked. I've been going up to a dentist up North Yonge Street for 20 years. I'm on Bathurst Street almost every day. And I can tell you that taking out lanes on Yonge Street and moving the traffic over to Bathurst Street will create north-south chaos on major arterial roads. Yonge will be a mess. Bathurst will be a mess. Bayview will be a mess. And one of the most serious consequences of all this is the fact that our first responders will be held back. And this is the focus, main theme that I'm going to be focusing on today. I think we all know through statistics that our first responders need open access to roads. They need vehicles to be able to move aside so that they can handle emergency calls. There's one medical journal that said, and I quote, "We know from every single study in defibrillation that every second longer from help reduces the likelihood of survival." Another journal concludes that longer EMS response times are associated with worse outcomes in trauma patients. And of course, here in our city, Toronto Fire Services response metrics from May the 24th, 2017 concludes emergency response times, including both total response time and effective firefighting force assemble times, are key performance indicators. The report goes on to say, effective firefighting force is the overall response time for fire suppression events from call acknowledgement to the arrival of the initial full alarm assignment at the scene. Can you imagine the chaos we will have in these high-density areas from Shepherd North, where there's the highest concentration of seniors in the city, where the Branson Urgent Care Centre has recently been closed by the provincial government and the North York General Hospital, where we have ambulance going in and out of North York General, we have ambulance going in and out of Baycrest, and we have fire services and police services also on those same routes. We cannot take the risk of thousands, tens of thousands of citizens and residents in those areas to prevent or slow down the response rates of EMS, fire services, or police vehicles. It is said that about 100,000 people go through the Finch station on a daily basis. And we've been waiting 44 years for TTC to build from Finch to Steeles. And I think if that had been done, that one station leap, we would not have the chaos that we have in the Yonge and Finch area now. My residents complain to me on a regular basis as cars speed from Bathurst to Yonge, particularly along Patricia, to try and get to Yonge and Finch. And that whole chaos there at Yonge and Finch is a byproduct of 905ers coming in and our ability to build one stop north in 44 years. If you call insurance companies in this area and complain about your insurance rate, they will say that it is a dangerous area to drive. They will say the collision rate is high, and the fact that traffic congestion is contributing to it. Traffic congestion will only get worse under the main Yonge plan. Therefore, I am going to be supporting committee's recommendations, and I was at the committee. I thought their deliberations were very thoughtful. They asked good questions, solid questions. They had read the report. And committees play a role. They make recommendations to council. The committee recommendations are the Beecroft option. The Beecroft option I have rid on my bike on many occasions. I think it's a sensible compromise, and I urge council to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. That was well timed. Councillor Minnan-Wong, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, put it up. So, Madam Chairman, I see this as a choice between selecting between the Drano or the lard. Madam Chair, far too often we choose the lard. You look at when we talk about being congested in the city. When you have a drain that's stopped up and jammed, what do? Do you reach for Drano or do you reach for lard to make it worse? Well, far too often this council, while knowing we have a congestion problem, reaches for the lard. You look at some of the bike lanes that we've selected. You look at those individuals that wanted to tear down the Gardiner Expressway. You look at the Bloor Street bike lanes that we put in each and every time. When we have a recognized problem with regard to congestion, we actually look at making it worse. And so here we have an opportunity, I think, to reach a compromise where we don't have to put more lard down the drain and stop it up even more. We have an opportunity actually to build bike lanes right nearby
and give people the opportunity to ride their bikes and not further congest an important artery that my council colleagues on either side of Councillor Fillion's ward will get the extra traffic and it will make it worse. And what's more, if we approve if we don't accept the committee's recommendations and we go with staff recommendations, we're going to take even more lard, I predict, and we're going to put it all along Yonge Street. But that will be the next step. We will further congest this city, and then we're going to pour more lard down the drain when we extend Bloor Street. I implore this council for this time, when they're going to make a decision between choosing the lard and making congestion even worse, or choosing the Drano and trying to clear up the congestion in the city, that we choose the Drano this time.
A toxic substance. Thank you, Councillor Minnan-Wong. Councillor Carmichael Graham.
Thank you. I've had some major concerns with option number one. Right now, we have a big problem with the 401 interchange. There's no set timeline right now for reconstruction of that. When the 401 backs up, people get off at Avenue Road. They go down to Wilson, drive across Wilson, drive up and turn left onto Yonge. That backs up into my ward. So this is a constant issue that we deal with. With Eglinton, in the Eglinton Connects report, even when the buses are gone, we have a great new transit line underneath Eglinton, and we have 2 less lanes of traffic. Over 10% of that vehicular transit traffic will be driven into the local neighborhoods. So my concern is the same thing will happen here if we take away a lane of traffic on Yonge Street. I don't know how many of my colleagues poll their residents, talk to their residents directly about what their views are on this, but I do poll my residents. And an overwhelming majority of my residents do not support bike lanes on Yonge Street if it means removing a lane of traffic. That's both north of the 401 and south of the 401. And I'm a bike lane supporter. I've supported bike lanes on Bloor. I've pushed the city and the province to work together on the Avenue Road Bridge reconstruction to ensure that we have safe cycling infrastructure there when that bridge goes under construction in the next little while. If you want to see what taking 6 lanes of traffic down to 4 does to a heavily congested route, just look at University right out here. It's gone down to 4 lanes for the last year and a bit for construction, and it is a mess. Not just during rush hour, but all day long. We're still getting bike lanes. They just won't be on Yonge Street. And I believe that bike lanes are necessary in the city at the right time and in the right location. And right now, bike lanes on Yonge Street do not work. They need to go on Beecroft to keep cyclists safe, to keep pedestrians safe, and to ensure that we can keep this city moving.
Thank you, Councillor Carmichael Greb. If I could, before I recognize you, Councillor Karygiannis, it's getting a little noisy on the staff side of the room there. If people could keep it down or perhaps step out, thank you. Councillor Karygiannis, I quieted it down for your very soft voice.
Madam Chair, let me provide clarity. Call the question.
I have a vote to call the question. Do we need to have a quorum call before we have a calling the question? You have enough people? Okay. Councillor Karygiannis has called the question.
Jim wants to call the question. I have an urgent need to tell you.
Well, there are 12 speakers.
Call the question.
It's not about quantity, it's about quality.
It's a same.
And on that, I'm not going to scroll it down.
Call the question, man. Get it over and done with.
Notice that the local councillor hasn't spoken yet. Over and over and over and over.
Ain't going to change anything. We know where we're voting. It's not going to change anything. You know how you're voting.
The local councillor hasn't had a chance to speak.
You didn't do this in Parliament.
Vote. Question has been called. Vote where you like it or you don't. What are you doing? Parliament is different.
Councillors, we're in the middle of a vote. There's a lot of chatter in the middle of a vote. We're voting to call the question.
Councillor Layton, please.
Let's go. It's not democratic.
Oh, Jimmy, I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
I don't think so.
I know, but I try.
The motion to end debate does not carry. The vote is 10 to 21.
Nice try, Jim.
Hey, I tried.
So the motion to end debate does not carry. For those who didn't hear that, because it is still kind of loud in this room, the next speaker, therefore, is Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll start by moving my motion that I have, and it's clerks could put it up, and forgive me, it's a bit of a run-on sentence, but that the City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to develop measures in consultation with the TTC to meet the TTC's requirements to minimize any impact to the TTC's bus operations serving Finch Bus Terminal, particularly via the Finch Avenue, Bishop Avenue intersection and Young's and Finch intersection, including impacts on bus delays and bus reliability and potential future improvements to bus operations. I'll start by saying I do admit I do drive this stretch of Yonge Street sometimes. For any of the North York Community Council members, this is probably your route to work on those days. And it is a mess getting from the 401 to North York Centre. Having said that, I can see why the local councillor and some members of the local community would like to see a Yonge Street that's not a thoroughfare, that's not a highway. I represent Dufferin, and Dufferin is a highway. And so, while 90% of my residents on Dufferin would think it was a horrific idea to take away lanes of traffic, it's just not the way they're wired or they think, I can appreciate and understand why a community, in the case Councillor Fillions and Councillor Shiners, or members of that community, would want to see more of a main street than a highway. But I do struggle with the fact that we have a report in front of us that lists criteria and no mention of transit whatsoever, what it does to surface transit. That we have this kind of critical decision in front of us that until questioning of TTC staff here today, after months and months of debate, there's been no mention, nothing in this report that speaks to the hundreds and hundreds of buses that travel through that stretch of Yonge Street every day, how they will be negatively impacted, and the tens of thousands of customer trips. So we have no metric to decipher what it will do to travel time, service reliability, to bunching and gapping. So none of that's before us, yet we're being asked to make a decision about this key stretch of infrastructure and roadway where we don't have that information on the impacts on surface transit. And it's interesting because it's been in context recently with trying to add relief to Yonge Street, and Council and both the TTC Commission have directed TTC staff to look at adding more buses to Yonge, more surface transit as an option to relieve some of the congestion on the Yonge line, yet we're looking at an alternative here that would restrict that. Now, I'll be clear, the section in question for the TTC is north of Finch. So the Finch to Shepherd, the TTC is largely agnostic about that. So I think we should be clear in this room about that. But there are still unanswered questions about how we will deal with the 3 bus terminals north of Finch. And so regardless of what is passed today or what your preference is, I would hope you would support this motion to address those issues about bus access and what the impacts will be on reliability and travel time, because this report and the analysis in front of us does not speak to that and does not answer those critical questions that really should have been here in front of Executive Committee and in front of us here today. And so I would say that I want to and I intend to support Councillor Fillion for his reimagination of Yonge Street, but can only do so if we address the TTC issues that are clearly unaddressed in the north part of this corridor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since being appointed to complete the council term, it's been an honor to work with my community and fellow councillors on a range of city building initiatives. I'm proud of the common sense approach I have taken to date. As a child of Regent Park and a child of poverty, I am keenly aware that fixing the problems facing our city requires goodwill and hard work by all. Over the past few months, my focus has been on my community and their needs. Ideology doesn't interest me, solutions do. It's clear the stretch of Yonge Street between Shepherd and Finch needs to be enhanced. The people of Toronto deserve a linked network of bike lanes, not just for the enthusiast, but for all. That is why I supported bike lanes on Bloor Street. In all neighborhood building initiatives, I believe the views of the local councillors involved must be given priority. For that reason, I have listened to the views of Councillor Fillion closely and at some length. He best knows his neighborhood and its challenges. His proposal reflects years of hard work, tremendous dedication, consultation, and a real commitment to his community. Councillor Fillion's work is to be applauded. I've also listened to the views of Councillor Shiner, whose neighbouring ward is affected by the proposal. He too has raised many good issues. Given the importance of Yonge Street to our transit network, it's clear that whatever is done must respect the needs of the larger Toronto community. No neighbourhood sits in isolation. We are one city. After careful consideration as to what best meets the needs of our city building agenda, I've decided to support the Mayor's Common Sense Approach initiative. Mayor Tory has a fashioned solution that incorporates the best of Councillor Fillion's work while respecting the needs of our city. It will improve the sidewalk environment for the immediate neighbourhood, keeps the street parking that is critical for local retailers, expand the cycling network with a dedicated lane on a much safer route than Yonge Street, and keep traffic moving. This solution is consistent with the Mayor's approach to transit that balances all forms of transit while expanding the city's rail transit. The Mayor's vision for dramatically improving Yonge Street between Shepherd and Finch makes sense for our city. I am most familiar with this intersection. I do go to Yonge and Shepherd every Saturday morning, and I decided to go through all of the streets aligning Yonge Street over the weekend as well. And I believe that the Mayor's solution is the best option for the city right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. An interesting question that Councillor Fillion asked, and I'm paraphrasing it, but it was basically if you were building it downtown, would you put in 6 lanes? And the Mayor answered the fair question that obviously not. But what we're doing is we're not starting from scratch. We're actually retrofitting, and we're trying to make the best of a bad situation. If we were starting from scratch, I think there's probably 100 things we would do differently in and around that area. Now, we heard some pretty passionate speeches about vision, courage, leadership, the Scarborough subway even, and it all boiled down to evidence-based decision-making. And that's the problem I have, is I don't think we've been provided enough evidence. Staff really were, I thought the answers were light on the impact on the TTC and gridlock. They've admitted that most of our studies, in fact all of our studies, there's never a follow-up to see how accurate these traffic projections actually are. But what's more bothersome to me, or more concerning I should say, is that in the report it talked about traffic diverting onto Bayview and Bathurst, Councillor Pasternak's ward for sure, and Councillor Robinson specifically. But staff were unable to give or provide an impact on those streets of travel time. We heard in the Gardner debate there were impacts through most of the downtown or projected impacts. Nothing was provided here. The only answer I heard was in response to Councillor Shiner's question about capacity. Well, sure, there's extra capacity. Well, in off-peak, but those aren't the travel times we're talking about. We're talking about travel times during peak, AM peak, where I believe, and I think others believe, that Bayview and Bathurst are already at capacity. So we don't have a fulsome appreciation of the impact of Transform Yonge Street, and on that basis, I will not be supporting it.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Members, I would rise to support Transform Yonge, which is also known as Option 1. I recognize that Councillor Fillion will be speaking shortly, and I want to be able to, number one, thank him as the local councillor for all the work that he has done. I know it's not easy being ahead of the curve, especially since there are those who are early adapters and those who come a little bit afterwards. But it should be noted that the North York community is an early adapter. Should council be able to support their aspirations for building a much more vibrant North York Civic Center and North York Center. Transform Yonge is the better option because it's actually cheaper. It takes less time to construct. The impact to the local residents and to the local businesses will be 2 years versus the 4 to 6 years. Transform Yonge is the better option when it comes to safety because it actually will incorporate every single road user, including the most vulnerable road user. It does not maintain the 6 lanes of roadway, and it actually creates wider sidewalks for allowing for more street enhancements as well as shorter east-west crossings. It really is the better and safer route. Transform Yonge also is the only option that really embraces complete streets, from pedestrians, cyclists, vulnerable users, including transit users. And so therefore it's the only option before us that actually embraces the complete multimodal way of travel. And adding 1 minute, for additional travel time is really not a lot when you factor in all the other benefits. Transform Yonge also promotes the greater economic opportunities. It's actually the only option before us that really does do that. It promotes higher level retail and hospitality and more viable commercial options. Transform Yonge also embraces the North York secondary plan and the spirit of that plan, which is to build this dynamic urbanized heart in the middle of North York. Which is a long-time adopted strategy in the city of Toronto. Beecroft is not a cycling option for those who want to go shopping. It's not a cycling option for those who want to use the subway. Beecroft is not even connected to anything else. And if you are wanting to promote recreational travel along the hydro corridors, then you use Beecroft. But Beecroft is not a viable option as it comes to transportation networks, which is exactly what they're trying to pursue here through Transform Yonge. Pushing cycling infrastructure onto trails and into greenery and bushes is not safe for women, nor is it safe for children. It's not well lit. It is not part of the transportation network. That is a recreational use. So therefore, any talk about the connectivity that Beecroft will have to any other cycling infrastructure, to any other road network, doesn't make sense with Beecroft. Beecroft is simply not a viable option. And to pretend it is a viable option is actually very dishonest. Connecting people to a hydro corridor largely used for recreational service and use is not transportation. It is not about embracing Vision Zero. And oftentimes I think that we have in the city of Toronto been told that if you can only get off of this road, move the bike lanes to a secondary road, why don't you move that bike lane from the secondary road to the recreational trail use, therefore that's where you belong. So let's be honest. Beecroft is not a viable option. I will repeat that. It is not embracing the plans around complete streets. It is not connected to anything, and all it does is a shell game and a sleight of hands. This has been, again, another very emotional debate. In the downtown section of Yonge Street, we can only imagine where we'd be if this conversation took place when the building of Yonge Dundas Square took place. We would already have pedestrianized Yonge Street. We'd already have the cycling infrastructure, but instead, our forefathers did not have the courage to build it then, and now we're trying to play catch up to North York. So, congratulations to Councillor Fillion and his local community for all their advocacy.
Thank you.
And for everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I didn't initially support this when it came through the first time at Council, and I'll tell you why. I didn't support it because I was tired of just simply pouring money in creating a downtown North York, which I always thought should have just been another neighborhood around this city. That's why I didn't support it. Because we have poured billions of dollars essentially in creating a downtown North York. Mel Lastman, back in the 1970s, went around and sold everybody on a downtown North York. Downtown North York, Yonge Street, North York, looked very different in the 1970s. But he went around, and every time he said downtown North York, people loved him for it. A lot of the folks who came to the committee, trashing this plan, they were the ones that were jumping up and down and loving him for it. When he worked to create the ring road, when he brought all that density, when he distributed the densities, you had a Mel Lastman Square, he brought in a resource central library, a hotel, a performing arts center, which has been losing money ever since he built it. He went and he beat up on the province to get a Shepherd subway. You know why he went out to get a Shepherd subway? To make his downtown North York viable. That's why he beat up on them. He spent billions of dollars doing that. Literally billions of dollars doing that. And a lot of it we have been subsidizing ever since. How much money have we poured into the Shepherd subway since it first got built? 10, 12, $15 million a year over year. Since when? 2001, 2002? Do the math. The North York Performing Arts Center, the Aquatic Center, theaters, all kinds of different stuff he brought into it. Why? To create a downtown North York. So Councillor Fillion went away and said, okay, well, you know what? We need a bit of a plan here in sort of in the middle to kind of like finish it off, as it were. And that's why I've come around to that, and I'm going to support him today on that. Because it's a well thought out plan developed by our professional staff. They went away and did the work, and and we didn't support him that in the first time, and we sent him away because there was a sort of a political interference, and I was very much part of that on the first time. But I never thought for a minute that we'd get like a back of a napkin plan that would cost at least double what the first one, what the initial plan would cost. And I'll tell you what you haven't figured into the second option. So if your first one, the one that's thought out, costs you somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 million, that's what you're saying today. And you're saying that the second one is around $70 million, and I know that you've whittled it down to somewhere between $7 and $20 or $21 million more. The reality is that the second option stretches out the construction of this project from 1 to 2 years to 2 to 6 years. Any one of you who has had a major, significant works project in your area will know that you get hit with all kinds of business losses because construction disrupts business activity. It changes people's patterns. That's not really quantifiable here. So are you at 70 million? No, you're probably way more than that. So you can take it like me, that I was tired of pouring money into creating a downtown North York. I never thought we needed another performing arts center. We had one here in Toronto. I didn't vote for it when Mayor Lastman brought that to North York because I didn't think we needed it. But he did it at great expense. I might add. So what are you going to do today? You're going to stretch it out some more. You're going to be penny wise, pound foolish, and you're going to spend a whack of money. You're going to continue to spend a whack of money into an area that has already received lots and lots of money from Torontonians right across the city. So I urge you, choose the cheaper option, the one that's actually been professionally done, not the back of the napkin option, which will cost you at least double and doesn't achieve what Mel Lastman and Mayor Lastman started out to do 30 or 40 years ago, create a downtown dynamic North York, a place to...
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try. Well, I represent a ward that's probably the farthest from this intersection and the stretch we are talking about. But I'm very interested in this, because it's about reimagining our city. And that's what the title actually says, Reimagine Young. It's very important, I think, we reimagine together with all the people who use our public space. The transit users, the car drivers, the pedestrians, and the cyclists. And to say that one segment of that street users should be using another part of the street, another part of the city, is not really reimagining together. Therefore, I think, even though before I became a councillor, I used to be a school board trustee, and the school board office is right in the middle of the place that we are talking about, and I used to drive there, and it is a congested place. But it's not going to change if you leave it as it is. We have to start reimagining it. We have to find multiple ways to make sure the congestion goes away. But that includes allowing more people to walk, allowing more people to bike, allowing more people to use the transit. And one of my concerns with this intersection relates to the buses that come from Steeles Avenue and Finch Avenue. And Councillor Call talked about it because many of our residents, actually more than using Scarborough RT, prefer to take a Finch bus or Steeles bus to come to Finch Station and come down. So a lot of the residents from Scarborough actually come through that north stretch, and I'm glad that Councillor Call has a motion that looks at the bus congestion, because it's already a long enough trip from Morningside and Finch or McEwan and Steeles to get to Finch Station. Then you add a few more minutes there, will take further time from those TTC users. But that, I think, could be fixed with the kind of proposal that we are seeing in Transform Young. It is something that the staff have mentioned, that there will be alternatives considered so that the bus routes that come from north of Finch aren't delayed in this process. I feel that, that we have to start looking at our streets differently. Public space. Public space needs to be equitable. The way we use our space needs to be equitable. I'm a car user. I am from the northeast corner of Scarborough, and some of us have poor transit options and have not much alternative other than to be using cars. But hopefully, with transit expansion, more of us will get out of the car and start using public transit. But to encourage that to happen, we need to be looking at multiple options. So I'm very supportive of the Transform Young proposal. I think for us to actually reimagine Yonge Street between Finch and Shepherd, we need to reimagine a possibility where all four types that I mentioned are there together. For example, the pedestrians and cyclists are there in that stretch of Yonge Street, not told to go into another street on the side so that they can be safe. In order for us to make streets safe for our cyclists and pedestrians, we need to make those streets safer, not to be told to go to another street and be much safer. So it is not common sense, as some have alluded it to be, to push the problem to some other area as if the safety can be taken care of on another street. One last thing I'll mention, though, is that there were some comments made about York Region folks coming in. As many of us who actually share a boundary with York Region in many of the northern wards, it's very important to know that there is fluidity in terms of people going back and forth. We cannot talk about York Region people coming into Toronto as if they're aliens coming into the city. It is very important for us to kind of have a collegial relationship, because many of us share borders, many of us share grocery shopping back and forth, many of us are using transit back and forth. Our services are going, and many of the communities, which are ethno-specific communities, actually share, like Chinese community, the Black community, the South Asian communities are in York Region, South York Region and North Toronto as if one community. So it's very important to kind of make sure that we are not in any way implying that we do not want them or we need to treat them separately, though I know municipal boundaries matter in terms of taxes and how we spend it, but it's very important to be able to not reinforce that type of divide, because we need a much more integrated transit system that will allow all of us to travel together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to address three principles of what I think constitutes good governance that I think attain in this debate. The first is good planning. The second is effective public spending. And the third is delivering on the commitments you make to the public. Going to the first, in terms of good planning, in some of the comments that I've heard in this debate, it sounds as if people are amazed that this brand new direction is being taken in how we imagine this part of the City of Toronto, Yonge and Sheppard. I had the great good fortune as a young activist to meet an upcoming smart young city planner who was at the time the head of policy for Metropolitan Toronto's planning department. In 1988, he led a planning process which was the Metro Plan Review. And in that, there was a study of centers and corridors. At the beginning of this meeting, we gave a plaque to that man that showed all of his accomplishments all over the city. We have an opportunity today to draw a great big mark on that board in the middle of North York and say your long-term vision 30 years ago about making a place called downtown North York finally got the finishing touch put to it today. Congratulations. Thank you for an outstanding career in public service, John Livy. We have that opportunity to take long-range planning seriously. And that long-range planning affects some of the things that we've heard are objections to why we shouldn't narrow the roads. We've heard it said, no, you know, the horse got out of the barn, it's too late, there's overdevelopment, we can't start narrowing roads now. The reason those developments are being approved is that it's been on the books for 30 years in the Metro Plan, the City of Toronto Plan, and the former North York Plan, that this was meant to be a center, not a corridor. It was meant to be a place that people walked around that could take intensification and support local daily shopping, support on-street vibrancy. That's nothing new. That is, in fact, the very reason that Councillor Fillion represents the second fastest growing part of the City of Toronto. It's by design. For 30 years, we've been trying to achieve what the transportation staff have brought to us in this report. So good planning says we support Councillor Fillion. I want to talk about good stewardship of public finances. Councillor Holyday, that very first conversation I had with him when he was newly elected, told me one of the principles he learned from his dad, which is never spend public money in opposition to public money. Don't spend on two programs that are pushing against each other. And here we are. We have, as a council, supported extending the Yonge subway, making investments in Smart Track, and making investments in the downtown relief line, all to try to get more people along the Yonge Street corridor in the north part of the city and north of the city out of their cars and onto public transit. That's something we've already spent tens of millions studying, and we will spend billions implementing. So we've committed public money to the idea that we're shifting people out of automobiles and into transit, cycling, and walking in this community. And yet here we are, we have a proposal that costs additional millions to try to keep people on Yonge Street in their cars. That's spending public money in opposition to public money. Effective public spending says you pick a plan, which is to try to increase the transit mode share, and you spend on that. You don't spend undermining that goal by keeping Yonge Street wide and spending on the streets parallel. The third thing is, in governing well, is to make a commitment to the public and to relentlessly deliver on it, to keep your promises. We as a council have made a promise to the people in the City of Toronto called Vision Zero. We haven't made a commitment called Vision Balance, which is we'll do some things to make the streets safer, but not all of them. And we haven't made a commitment called Vision Exception, which says we'll do Vision Zero in some parts of the city, but not others. We have promised Torontonians Vision Zero. So, if you want to support good long-range planning, if you want to support effective use of public resources, and you want to keep the commitments we've made to the public, go with Councillor Fillion's option.
Councillor Perks, thank you. Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll ask if the clerk can put up my motion on the screen. I'm just going to move that the Council direct the General Manager to explore options to explore and accelerate the completion of the Finch Hydro Corridor multi-use trail across Yonge Street and to report back to the Works and Infrastructure Committee as part of the Cycling Network Plan review in the first quarter of 2019. Madam Speaker, I think despite us debating back and forth, perhaps like playing ping pong in this council chambers today, we've actually all come to a very good place. Whichever option is chosen, we're going to have bike lanes at Shepherd and Yonge for the first time ever in the history of this city. It's never happened before. I cycle as much or more than any human being in this council chamber. I do it on a regular basis. So I'm going to be thrilled when these lanes are in. If they're on Beecroft, I'm happy. If they're on Yonge, I'm happy. Collectively, we've got bike lanes there. I live in Scarborough. I would love to be able to cycle over to my Conservation Authority meetings at Black Creek Pioneer Village, but I don't because it's not safe enough. If we actually had a system that allowed us to get from one end of the city to the other, I would love it to happen, but it doesn't. I've had people actually drop me off at Yonge and the 401 and go south of the 401 in their vehicles where I take my bike out and then cycle downtown because cycling north of the 401 is not safe. So bike lanes, congratulations to all of us. We're going to have bike lanes for the first time ever. We're going to have a better pedestrian experience in this area than ever before. We're going to have pedestrians protected.
Sorry, Councillor De Beermaker. There's a lot of noise. Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Pasternak. Mayor. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when I look at the plans before us, we're going to be planting more trees in this area than at any time in the past. We're going to have even in the center median. Our staff have given great consideration of what it's going to look like, how people are going to get through that, how people are going to be safe, how many trees will be planted. It's all very good stuff. When I look at what are we actually arguing about, well, from my perspective as a transit commissioner, we're arguing about what's going to happen to people on buses and a whole bunch of other stuff. But when you look at the difference for the pedestrian realm, it's less than 2 meters. It's 1.3, 1.5 meters. Many of us are arguing over literally exactly 3 feet or 4 feet of space. And some people I've heard saying, this is a referendum on the future. Well, maybe it is, but the way I look at it as a Scarborough councillor who rides more than pretty much anyone who's on any of those petitions, I say, well, we're actually arguing over 3 or 4 feet of sidewalk space. It's all good. But what I did find out during reading the reports and talking to staff is what are the impact on the 38,000 TTC riders that will happen every single day in this quarter. People who ride the TTC are people too. TTC and the TTC riders are part of the public realm. They should be respected. So I would say to you, if you listen to our staff, if you want to make transit times worse, take away the lanes of traffic. If your goal is to make it worse in terms of getting to work by TTC for those 38,000 people, take away the lanes of traffic. If you want to make people's reliability on the transit system worse then take away the lanes of traffic. Our professional staff said to us, reducing the lanes of traffic will make the reliability of our transit system worse. If you want to make the transit service worse, take away those bike lanes. If you want to make bunching of our TTC buses worse, then take away the lanes of traffic. If you want to make the gapping worse, so it's worse for you as a TTC patron as you're waiting for the bus, take the lanes away. If you want to discourage transit ridership, take the lanes away. I'm not going to vote for that option because I think the TTC and those riders on those buses are an important part of the public realm. We've talked about the King Street pilot project, which I think many of us are very proud about. And what has the King Street pilot done? It's increased reliability. Well, why would we increase reliability for downtown Toronto residents, but not increase reliability for residents out in the suburbs up in North York? Why would we try to improve transit times for people in downtown Toronto on the King Street pilot project, but make them worse? Consciously say, we're going to stand here and we're going to vote to make transit times worse for people in North York, though we'll move heaven and earth to make it better for people in downtown Toronto. I want to help people in downtown Toronto. I support the King Street pilot project. I support making sure that the TTC has a priority on Yonge Street. I support putting in bike lanes and making the public realm better. I'm supporting the option that keeps the roads the way they are. Thank you.
Okay, there's an awful lot of noise in the council chambers. Everyone is talking. Councillor Wong Tam, please. Right. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'll begin by placing a deferral motion on the screen, and I can speak to it. This is a deferral motion to permit the TTC to consider the long-term implications both for the service-level buses as well as the overall City and York Region planning, and to report directly to Council. There is no specific time period associated with that to allow the TTC to do that work properly, and I'll speak very briefly for the rationale behind this deferral motion. The first and I would say obviously, as we've heard in today's debate, is that this is a big debate. It's a big debate regarding the vision for our city. It's a big debate regarding the type of downtown we want to build in North York. It's also a big debate around how people get around and move around. And I acknowledge, and I think we would all acknowledge, that there are clear differences of opinion and some stark differences, and there are some lines in the sand around how people feel about this. There are some who believe that it's time to build a city that's focused on moving people, and others who believe it's time to continue building a city that's focused on moving cars. I believe that listen, that's a cultural debate that's happening in major cities in the Western industrialized world every single day, and we have it here in this city all the time. But I would also say that while there may be lines in the sand related to that debate, there are many people in this chamber. I've spoken to many of you. I've heard questions on this to our staff. I've heard from our TTC chair articulate very clearly that many people need more information regarding how this 75-year decision properly connects and relates to our broader transit planning, both in the short and the long term, and how this aligns with things like the plans to expand the Yonge Line North, how it aligns with the Relief Line. And so I would just close, because I think it is a clear motion, that we only get one chance. There is absolutely only one chance to reimagine this portion of Yonge. We get one chance. And this decision will last us for 50 to 75 years. And in that context, with the level of uncertainty that I've heard from many in this chamber regarding questions about this, I think it's incumbent on us not just to get this done, but to get it done right. And if that means making sure that we have more information in front of us when we make that decision, well, that's what we need, and that's what I'm moving here now. And I hope that you will support it. Thank you very much.
Okay, on the deferral debate, in the middle, 2 minutes. Or do we want to vote on it? We're voting on the deferral. Do we want a recorded vote?
Councilor Grimes is running behind me.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Frank's not there, is he?
The deferral motion carries. The vote is 20 to 15.
Item has been deferred. All right. Consumers, I think that's what Shelley wanted. Okay, our next item is page 4, PG 27.2, Consumer Next Planning for People and Business at Shepherd. Questions to staff? Page 4, PG 27.2. Okay, can we clear the screen there? Because we're at another item now. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first question, I'm wondering if staff want an opportunity to briefly outline any changes that appear in the supplementary report.
Yes, through Madam Speaker. The supplementary report was the result of meeting with the many deputants who came to Planning and Growth Management Committee to identify various concerns that they had with the secondary plan proposal. So staff met with them, and the report outlines a number of matters. It's identifying certain areas of flexibility that we wanted to ensure were properly addressed in the framework and the wording of the secondary plan. The important consideration, especially along Victoria Park, north of the church building, where we want to be able to work with the community and development that may take place nearby.
Yes.
So areas of flexibility, for example, that staff have made sure the plan provides for around specific road locations, park locations, access points, and some more flexibility on street wall heights, which was an important matter that was canvassed at Planning and Growth Management Committee.
Yes.
Just one sec, please.
Thank you.
Do we need a 5-minute break? Okay, well, I have everybody kind of in there, that corner, talking. I know, I I just don't know. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Shiner.
What? I'm actually on the floor, Madam Speaker, officially. You just called out my name, and I'm actually have the floor.
I'm sorry. I meant Councillor Fletcher. I apologize.
You're all the same.
I apologize, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Shiner, Mayor Tory.
I can stand here. I'm not saying anything.
There's a lot of noise. Councillor Shiner, there's a lot of noise. Okay. Councillor Carroll.
I appreciate that, Madam Speaker. It was getting hard to hear the responses. So the flexibility, the word flexibility is, I think, particularly pertinent here. The only changes in the supplementary report allow that. One of the concerns that the councillors, that the deputants have is around, actually many of the deputants, was around their own specific properties. So the overarching question here is, by adopting the secondary plan, we see a drawing that includes roads, that includes draft-built forms, that includes some idea of what we're looking at in densities and such. But having placed this secondary plan, it does not preclude applicants coming forward saying, we see that road on that map, that road doesn't work, and I'm only using road as an example. It doesn't preclude them from discussing certain amendments or adjustments?
I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. I think that maybe we need a 10-minute break here because nobody, I don't know what's going on here in the corner.
They should go and leave behind.
Like, Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Thompson.
Please.
Go out, go out, go out.
He messes you, Michael.
You guys sit down. You want a meeting, go outside.
Okay, Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Holland.
Councillor Holland, please. Councillor Fragadakis, please. Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I just want to say I really appreciate your chairmanship. Your advocacy was unsolicited and above and beyond. Thank you. Back to the changes that they might do. So all of the things they see on the drawing, specific application by specific application, there is room to do the normal planning process and various changes, is there not?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and we have certain correspondence from various owners or from interests in the area who have corresponded with council saying, this one more change, that one more change. Is there a danger in doing that now as we adopt the secondary plan, as opposed to waiting until their application?
Yes, I would prefer that the council move ahead. My advice to council will be to move ahead with the secondary plan as it's been proposed, subject to the changes that we have in the supplementary report. Puts the city in a much better position to discuss applications that come forward on individual sites because of the clarity that provides with the policy framework that council has adopted.
And in putting council in a better position, thereby we're putting community in a better position.
Absolutely.
So community who worked, who over 18 months came to some 18, I guess 20 meetings with the additional after P&G, it means the things that they applied for will apply to those individual applications coming forward if this secondary plan goes through. You know, if developers or interests want to appeal it, that's one thing, but we need to start applying these conditions to those individual applications ASAP, am I right?
That's correct. It informs the any discussions, certainly pre-application discussions and any applications that we currently have before us. It will greatly assist us in advancing the interests that are set out in the secondary plan.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So do we have any more questions? Does everybody know what item we're at? Okay. Speakers, Councillor Carroll, you held the item down.
Speaker. Thank you so much. I want to thank my colleagues in Planning and Growth, Madam Speaker. This was a long process, Consumers Next, and kind of like the item we were discussing just previous, was a long time coming. There was a known need for this. Back in 2003, as I was elected, we were already receiving what was, oh sorry, Madam Speaker, I forgot to move the motion up front. I'm moving the supplementary recommendations of staff. And they're to be circulated? Yes. We knew there was a need the minute the Don Mills subway was done, because right away on this side to the east of the 404, a residential application came forward in an employment zone right on the edge of Victoria Park, so not surprising. But right away we knew we needed to do this, but there really weren't the resources and wasn't the drive to do it until in this term of office. Community were more than responsive. Planners and outside consultants that were appointed were somewhat surprised at the number of people who were there from Councillor Kelly's ward and my own. One of the things that was said as a guiding principle at the very beginning of the process was this. The reason we had to do a municipal comprehensive review along the Shepherd Edge, the reason we want to protect the employment lands within the business park is because both of those things are necessary if you are looking to make transit along Shepherd viable. But that being said, from the very beginning of the many consultations that were had, the community had a guiding principle set for them. We know that there will be transit of a higher order along Shepherd at some point, but this plan needs to be transit neutral. It needs to be transit neutral, and they agreed to that. The community, who could very well have postured and carried on about this, actually agreed to the guiding principles because they actually are Smart Track fans. They actually are Scarborough Subway fans. And so they understood that those decisions coming along and have furthered, and now, as we know, the Smart Track station just east of this park is now funded. Those transit improvements mean that there is a lot of work yet to do to determine what exactly will be between Shepherd Avenue East. And so they stuck to a guiding principle that this secondary plan supports that intensification. It must, because some of the intensification along there is already there and was already proved on the basis of a line that Mayor Rob Ford cancelled without the approval of this council. And so there is density there. And we know that something will be there to support with transit that density. But the secondary plan needs to pass now before a single other high-density application comes forward. And we need to respect the guiding principle that the residents kept to. There is much design to come, but it is Metrolinx to design, because it is now Metrolinx project, because that is the understanding and indeed MOU that the province and Mayor Ford agreed to when he walked away from that line. We ended up handing it to Metrolinx, and they're more than happy to design it. We have updated with them that they will design it. But right now, applications are standing before us, queuing up for planning staff to consider, and they need this secondary plan in place under the guiding principles and the terms set in that long consultative process with the community right now on a transit neutral basis so that design can follow thereafter. And so what I'm asking is that Council respects the same guiding principles in terms of reference that many, many residents from Ward 33 and Wishing Well in Councillor Kelly's ward took part in, so that they are not left unprotected as some very aggressive applications come forward in the very, very near future. That secondary plan must inform the approval of those applications as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion we'll put up on the screen. Just briefly, what this motion speaks to is a realization that I came to at the Planning and Growth meeting as a committee member, that we were discussing the second largest employment area outside of downtown Toronto, and that this particular area was not served well by transit right now, although there is a plan to serve it by transit in the future. And the plan to serve it by transit in the future is with an LRT coming from the east and an LRT coming from the west. The LRT will be tunneled from Don Mills. For those who haven't been up there, and I was up there a couple of weeks ago, the Don Mills station is right across from Fairview Mall. At that particular point in time, people going into the business park would have to get off the subway, walk 100 to 125 meters to get on the LRT to go one stop to the business park. So what I've asked for here in this motion is to look at the two options that were recommended in the Shepherd East LRT Class Environmental Assessment Study from 2007. So in 2007, the environmental study made actually two recommendations. There were 4 recommendations in total, and it made 2 recommendations. Option 2B was an LRT underground to the subway platform level at Don Mills Station. So in other words, the westbound LRT will go under the Don Valley Parkway and link up with the subway. Option 3B, a shallow subway extension to Consumers Road with surface LRT. What it says on option 2B, which is the LRT extension to Don Mills, is that this option is equally as favorable as the shallow subway extension while the cost is lower, and the tunnel extension would be designed to allow for a future subway extension. This is right from the report. What it says on option 3B, which involves extending the subway one stop. This is a one-stop subway that would be, let's say, affordable. This option avoids the need for travelers to the business from the business park to travel one stop and then transfer to the subway as per option 2B. 3B is a much more effective catalyst for denser transit-oriented development in this development node. And what our goal is as councillors is to try to put in place effective transportation networks that serve people where they are. That's what this is all about. And so what I'm looking for in the third quarter of 2019, after our staff is at the point of engaging with Metrolinx to talk about and to figure out how they're going to proceed with the Shepherd LRT, is a report that will compare the two costs. So the costs were, incidentally, back in 2007, the costs were $235 million for the LRT to come into the Don Mills station. And it was $355 million to take the subway out to Consumers Road. This is not the subway to Victoria Park and on to Morningside and down to Scarborough Town Center. This is one more station that we would be looking to add. To me, this just makes sense. This just makes sense because the tunnel is going to be dug anyway, and all of those people, this is a burgeoning area. This is an area where there's lots of development that's not only going on, there's lots of development that's planned. And anybody that's driven along Shepherd will see that there's lots more development that's coming, whether it's, most of it's residential, there'll also be offices and businesses. So I would ask for your support. This is a request for a report that will better inform the next council as to how to proceed in this important transportation and employment node. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question. Another question? Okay. Before we go to questions, I'm just wondering, is it necessary, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Cole, Fragadakis, Councillor Matlow, is it necessary for everybody to be talking at the same time? Okay, Councillor Campbell, we have a question by Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I'm just wondering. I'm wondering about your motion because it asks a lot of study be done in that time period by staff. But given that The project is now a Metrolinx study, and given that Metrolinx has now indicated that having approved RER in the Smart Track station just to the east of this at Kennedy, that they may or may not use the EA you've just quoted from 2007 because of the cancellation in 2011, that they may or may not use it, they may redo it, and they don't intend to start that design process anytime before 2024, maybe 25. I'm wondering why you would think that our staff should do that work right now, given that our staff are not, in fact, going to be charged with the building of the transit.
So I met with our staff, and our staff, which presented the information to City Council, I presume, back in 2007 or 8 when the decision was made.
Yeah, so it was a TTC project, yeah.
Okay. Our staff will be meeting with Metrolinx to work this out next year anyway. So I've spoken to our staff. They will, all kinds of, as you know, a lot of these transit projects between the TTC, City Planning, and Metrolinx, they're a coordinated effort. This is asking for an update on the costs. This is for asking our staff to inform us, the city councilors here, on how we will proceed, if we should make a change to it, which is our decision, which is in terms of Shepherd, in terms of if the subway is extended, which would be our decision.
But given that, while they may sit down with Metrolinx, Metrolinx has been quite clear that because Finch West is coming first in terms of actual implementation and construction, given that they will not even next year be able to say which of those options they prefer, because they're not even sure at this point that they're going to use the EA that we conducted. Given that they're not even going to restart that process until 2024, do you not think that it's a bit premature to ask our staff to do that level of work when what we have here is a plan that really is there to support whatever those options, and including a fourth option that Metrolinx and Ms. Keesmaat, before leaving, have already indicated with the Smart Track station may even include bus rapid transit. It's that much in flux, and given that much amount of flux, do you not think this is a bit of extra work for our staff?
So Councillor, I appreciate there are many different permutations and nuances and twists and turns that this could take in the next little while. I think it's our job as councillors, and this is going beyond clarification of the motion. But
okay, hold on.
I would like to just address the councillors.
Hold on.
If I could.
Can you go over there? Okay. Sorry.
Staff report to us, not Metrolinx. It's incumbent upon us to give direction to staff to provide us with information. That's what I'm asking for. If staff say that they can't do it or it's beyond their scope, then they will do that. When I asked the question, because Councillor, you and I spoke, and I asked about changes to the master agreement.
So that is clarification. If
Right.
beyond their scope at this time is the answer, that's satisfactory as well.
Okay,
that's all the clarification.
The 3 minutes.
I need,
3 minutes
if
is
that's
up.
what they were to tell me, that would be.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all the clarification I need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
3 minutes is up. Councillor Pasternak, questions, clarification of the motion?
Yes, thank you.
Speaker, a point of order.
Okay, hold on. I have a point of order. Councillor Davis.
I wonder if you could rule, please, examine and rule whether Councillor Campbell's motion is in order.
I'll look at it when I get it, Councillor Davis.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, just let me look at it. Councillor Pasternak, question.
Yes, thank you. Just for clarification's sake, you're talking about east of Yonge, Shepherd East. Yes, yeah. So how does that leave, what would the plans be under your motion for connecting Yonge and Shepherd with Shepherd West Station? Where does that leave your plan?
This is related to the Consumers Road Business Park. This is all about the Consumers Road Business Park and the Consumers Road Business Park only, the second largest employment area outside of downtown Toronto.
Are you supporting connectivity with the entire Shepherd Avenue?
This is not clarification of the motion. That's a broader transit debate. This is strictly about the Consumers Road Business Park.
Are you concerned that any time a motion is adopted by this council to look at the North York Relief Line or the connection between Yonge and Shepherd West. We never seem to get a report back. Are you worried about that happening to your motion as well?
That's not really clarification of the motion. No, I only have worry as to whether or not this will pass at this point in time.
I will support it.
Councillor Karygiannis, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering, my colleague, if you would entertain a friendly amendment to sort of take a look until McCowan. There's more high-rises and more development coming along. Down the line, there's pharmacy and...
So Councillor...
I haven't finished. I was rudely interrupted from my colleague in the back who doesn't care at all about Scarborough, North York, or anything else. Would you consider a friendly amendment to extend this to McCowan, because there's all kinds of development happening along Shepherd. There's Shepherd and Pharmacy, Shepherd and Warden. There's Agincourt Mall. We're looking at 4,000 units.
So, Councillor, no, I would not consider that a friendly amendment. My focus right now is on the staff report that's in front of us, which was the secondary plan in relation to the Consumers Road Business Park.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Consumers Road District lies on my western boundary. It's a part of Toronto that I'm familiar with, because that's the part of the world that I grew up in. But I didn't become intimately familiar with it until I chaired the city's Planning and Growth Management Committee under Mayor Miller's administration. And at that time, a number of initiatives along Shepherd Avenue were submitted to the city, transforming employment lands to high-density residential condominium use. We said no at the city, but we lost them at the Ontario Municipal Board, and that set off the alarm bells that if we didn't plan ahead, we could, piece by piece, lose the employment lands in that part of the city. So, Chair, I want to say that I support the report. I endorse the supplementary report, and I've learned a number of lessons from the supplementary report, Speaker, that I hopefully can apply to other developments in my ward on Shepherd Avenue further to the east. This was a long process, Speaker, and I want to thank a number of individuals and organizations. Number one, the Armenian community that kept us on our toes throughout the whole process. They had a sense of ownership, Speaker, to that part of the world, because they were among the first to live in that Consumers Road area through the church and through their school. And we've done our very best to listen to their concerns and to address them through the report. I also want to thank Councillor Carroll for shepherding this along over the years. She's always kept me in touch with the issues as they've developed and has given me the ability to participate in the decision-making process. I want to thank staff. I want to thank staff. I think they did an excellent job of presenting a complicated set of issues in an accurate but more simplified way. I want to thank all the activists from the surrounding communities that participated in the public events, especially those who came from my communities east of Victoria Park. With respect to, and I have to tell you, even though I had known that area for so long, I hadn't realized how many people work in that area. And Speaker, that's one of the reasons why I support Councillor Campbell's resolution. In '96, as a Metro councillor, I voted for the Shepherd Subway from Yonge Street to the Scarborough Civic Centre. And you did as well. You didn't?
You sure now that we got to check the records?
Oh, no, I didn't. Speaker, it's my hope that eventually that subway line will be built. But until then, I think we have to look seriously at the Consumers Road area, and in order to maximize its potential, you've got to carry the Shepherd Subway over to Victoria Park. Whenever you intercept a line and people have to stop, get out, walk, and get back on, you lose ridership. And we can't afford to lose ridership to the second most important employment area in the city of Toronto.
Thank you. Yeah, remember, Councillor Kelly, that's when Eglinton was cancelled. Yes. So I did not support Shepherd. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Speaker, I just wanted to rise and to lend my voice in support of this this very complex and yet historic area, because it has had such an impact in not just North York but Scarborough as well, because of the vicinity in terms of where it's located and so on. Like Councillor Kelly, his point in that Councillor Carroll, to be commended with respect to the efforts and the great work that she has actually put in, along with obviously members of the community. She has been very careful to keep us all apprised as to what's happening in her area, because just across the street is Johnny's Hamburger, right? So that's a place where we meet and so on. But also to the staff, this is an area that really needed some attention. In fact, we found that there was a tremendous amount of uncertainty with respect to the direction of the area. That led to the uncertainty of the businesses in the area in terms of whether or not they were staying, whether or not they were going. They weren't really sure what was actually happening in terms of the context of what the city was going to do to really, sort of look at what the future was going to actually hold for this particular area. We've seen some new businesses. American Express have moved in. We've seen others who have expressed an interest, and we've actually been aware that there were some who are actually going to move out, and they are now staying because of this particular process. The Councillor Carroll has worked with the community, and I think that's strong leadership on her part, along with the staff and so on. Councillor Campbell has moved what I think is an important motion, because when people talk about, the notion of simply about ridership, whether or not you have the ridership numbers to, either bring a subway or whether or not it's the Scarborough extension, if you will, of the Bloor Danforth line, one of the things that they negate to sort of factor in that particular decision is that with ridership, there's also another component category that we need to look at, which is the investment and business decisions that business leaders make in order to decide whether or not they want to invest in an area that has, a higher order of transit, which I like to, and I know often when I say this, people on Twitter are saying, well, the LRTs and others are a higher order of transit as well, and that may very well be. But the type of substantive transit that we actually want is the subway system coming to this particular location, because this will add not only to the vibrancy and so on and create an opportunity, but for the business investment that we actually are lacking in this area, and the uncertainty with respect to what's taking place in terms of transit and transportation. This gives a real strong position that the city is taking, government's taking, and community leaders are taking as well, to ensure that transit is an operative part of this. So the motion that has been moved by Councillor Campbell, I think it's an operative one. Let's take a look at the feasibility of it extending. And it always seems like there's only one stop more for Scarborough. I really wish there would be many more stops, but we will take what we can get, because we know that not only does it have an impact on, in terms of people getting to where they need to go, but also in terms of the business decisions that are being made and so on. So that's extremely important. So, Madam Speaker, for those reasons, I'm actually very supportive, and again, I want to congratulate Councillor Carroll. And the final word really goes to the amazing staff team who've actually made this actually happen and so on. We have some amazingly brilliant and talented men and women who work for this organization and so on. Oftentimes they don't get enough acknowledgement and accolades for what they do. They seem to make the impossible possible, and I think this was one of those unique opportunities where we've seen actually their skills, their experience brought to the forefront to be able to help us today to where we are. So I'm very pleased that this is here in front of us today, and I'm looking forward to the complete transformation and the element of inclusionary activities that are taking place in this particular area. I went to high school just up the street, so I know the area extremely well, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so can put the motions on the screen. We're going to ring the bells, please. Okay, motion by Councillor Kelly. Councillor Carroll. All in favor, recorded vote. Yeah, I'll tell you.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Layton.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Cressy.
Councillor Shiner.
Councillor Burnside, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Now on Councillor Campbell's motion, I have spoke. So what button did you push? Huh? Yeah. Okay, so do we have to redo it, or are you okay? Okay, let's redo the vote then. All in favor, recorded vote. All in favor of reopening it, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, now on the motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The second vote on the motion carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Okay, on Councillor Campbell's motion, I have spoken to staff about it in the report. In the context of the report, it does talk about transit, so that Councillor Campbell's motion is in order. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Lee.
Councillor Troisi, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Fragadakis.
Councillor Shiner. Councillor Lee, please.
The amendment carries. The vote is 21 to 14.
On the item, as amended, all in favor, carried. Our next timed item is page 4, PG 27.5, Townhouse and Low-Rise Apartment Guidelines. Councillor Shiner, you held the item. Do we have questions to staff? Okay, questions to staff, Councillor Shiner.
So, Mr. Lintern, around the middle of last year, your staff submitted to the Planning and Growth Committee draft guidelines for consideration. Since that time, there were some concerns raised by residents groups and by the industry folks and others, and you've had a number of meetings. There are some revisions that were made to that which staff supported in a report. So the first thing is there was a motion at committee to delete 2 of your recommendations. Do you still support your report as it was tabled to us with those 2 recommendations in it? And what are the 2 recommendations in effect doing?
Through the chair, the planning staff provided a supplementary report to Planning and Growth Management Committee after having met with representatives of the development industry and some residents associations about the draft guidelines that were tabled in the fall. We made, in that report, we brought forward a number of modifications to various guidelines. The approximately 15 to 20 were changed or modified. Another 12 were not changed, changes that were requested by the industry. So we put forward those changes in a report, in a supplementary report, and yes, I stand by those recommendations.
So the report that's in front of us is guidelines. What will it do, and in what method will it help us with townhouses?
Not unlike other guideline documents that we have, the guidelines for townhouses and low-rise development helps us with the how. How do you design good quality, livable, low-rise and townhouse development? It does not deal with the where, and it does not deal with zoning and other regulatory matters that are dealt with through the zoning bylaw. In essence, what the townhouse guidelines do is implement the intent of official plan policy. So it's a tool, and it's commonly used in other building typologies such as mid-rise and tall buildings to help us with the detailed design, layout, site organization, and other attributes of different development forms.
Not to be repetitive, what were the 2 recommendations of yours that were deleted?
The committee, Planning and Growth Management Committee, recommended that the wording changes that staff had recommended be deleted. They include, and they're transmitted in the decision document of the committee, deleting the words "while balancing the need to accommodate housing in a growing city," which is a modifying statement that was introduced into the preamble of the guidelines. And in another area, in some cases, not all guidelines can be met in full. However, a development may be acceptable when it respects the official plan. So those 2 statements or modifiers were taken out by committee.
So in no way does it affect the fact that any of the townhouse developments have to meet the official plan?
No, we don't believe so. In fact, having received various communications on this matter and having had discussions about it, I looked through the guidelines again and the preamble introductory statements of the guidelines, and I'm comfortable with the way the preamble is written. Certainly the statement about not all guidelines being met in full is common. We don't want to treat the guidelines like a complete checklist. They guide us in evaluating the nuances of each project, and the balance that is the balance comment really is an obvious modifying statement that in fact is also stated elsewhere in the preamble of the guidelines, where we seek to introduce and be respectful of the neighborhood context while we balance the need to accommodate housing. It's simply a statement of fact.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jamari, question?
Thank you, Speaker. Do these guidelines substantially differ from the ones we're operating with now?
Overall, the guidelines certainly refresh the 2003 guidelines. We have a lot of, we have 15 years of building townhouses, so we have all that experience. If you want the good, the bad, and the ugly across the city. So we've taken a really hard look, and we went through an extensive process of reviewing from what has been constructed and taking from that experience, laying out updated guidelines in many respects, taking into account the improvements that have been made to design, but understanding that some of the townhouse projects that have been constructed have not come out as well as we would have expected. So the guidelines address a broad scope of issues around site organization, parking access, pedestrian access, design, conceptual design, landscaping.
Enough. But how does, in legal circles, how would one enforce a guideline if it is only a guideline? I've had instances in my ward, and your colleague, Mr. DeSorcy, beside you, knows very well from what I speak. We cannot now force the implementations of the guidelines. We have builders now who do not build what they show in their plans.
So the guidelines are used as an evaluation tool when we look at a site plan approval application. Ultimately, the enforcement of the plan is through the drawings, the plans and drawings that are approved through the site plan approval process, and it's enforced through a site plan agreement, and it's enforced through what's shown on the plans and drawings. Making sure that we have good alignment between what staff have reviewed, what ends up on those plans and drawings, what staff have accepted, and then all the way through to the building permit process, to make sure that all of those elements of the design are captured and appropriately secured, ultimately in the issuance of a building permit. I acknowledge that certainly you get into areas of material quality and other elements, and we certainly do our level best in capturing the important elements of material quality in the site plan approval drawings.
So, through you, Speaker, someone seems to drop the ball in between what is planning and what is building. Because neither division goes on to the site to ensure that the site plans are adhered to. And it's happened twice already in a substantial way in my neighborhood. I don't see how these guidelines are going to make a difference.
So the guidelines, again, are to help us with securing the important elements of physical design, site layout, landscaping, all of those conceptual design elements. The best way to answer your question is ensuring that we have captured all of those elements on the drawings, and then ensuring that through the building permit process we have good alignment with the building permit drawings and the site plan drawings, and then ultimately the inspection process that should ensure, where possible, that what is being built aligns with the building permit drawings and the site plan drawings.
So it's in the inspection process. I'm taking from what you're saying, yes, that it's the inspection process that has fallen through the cracks now.
I can't speak to the examples that you're raising, but certainly every part of that process has to work well in order to deliver what was secured on the drawings. And at the end of the day, there's certainly a lot of responsibility that falls to the builder to build a high quality product. And
they don't.
And that's an element of consumer protection that is beyond the city's regulatory framework.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Lintern, could you just highlight for me the green standards that are embedded in the provisions in these guidelines?
I may ask Mr. DeSorcy to spell that out. I would just comment that the city's green development standards apply. So our green development standards would apply to townhouse development generally when we're reviewing the site plan applications.
I thought
Mr. DeSorcy can further elaborate.
Where it's greater than 5 units.
Well, many of these projects are
Will
great.
be,
Yeah.
yes.
Through the chair, it was very important that these guidelines not be seen to contradict the green standards, which are an independent set of guidelines. And so, while these guidelines don't make specific reference to them, there are certain aspects of them which basically create a place for those green standards to happen. The space between the buildings, pedestrian mews, which is found in the public realm section, the setbacks, and all of the other open spaces gives us the opportunity to introduce permeable paving, meet appropriate planting standards for mature tree growth, stormwater management. These guidelines create the place for the green standards to be implemented. The green standards are standalone and are another layer to the review of any townhouse application.
Only if there's greater than 5 units.
Yeah.
So these don't apply on small developments.
Projects that aren't subject to site plan approval, they would be subject to the building code.
Yeah.
Whatever green development standards are achieved through the building code and the ongoing review of the building code.
Our current zoning has has landscaping provisions. And so I'm wondering why our zoning can't include additional green standards for those units that are less than, or developments that are less than 6 units.
Well, I would think that the zoning, depending on the residential zone that you're in, would have landscaping, as you say, landscaping requirements. I'm not quite sure what other green standards you would achieve through an actual zoning
Permeability
bylaw.
in driveways, for instance?
Soft landscaping.
Permeability in driveways, yes.
Yes.
Is that report coming soon?
You're referring to a report through the
That I
chair?
requested twice about how we achieve green development standards in units that are, or developments that are less than 6 units.
I don't have an answer for you right
Okay.
now. I'll have to get back to you.
And what does it say about downspout disconnect and how it's designed?
Well, the downspout disconnection would have to adhere to the city's policies for downspout disconnection, and these projects, large projects like townhouse development, would be circulated to engineering construction services, and they provide Toronto
You
Water's
just need to go out to any newly built house and you can find a downspout completely connected into the driveway straight out to the road, because no one is inspecting this. So I'm wondering
In
if
the
you can...
context of this report, townhouse development, they're reviewed for site plan approval purposes, and we do receive comments from Toronto Water that are incorporated into the site plan conditions. In the context of this form of development, you may be identifying a one-off house. It's a completely
I'm talking
different.
about all houses that are less than 6, where site plan does not apply. There are no provisions to achieve our our stormwater management standards, our downspout disconnect, and our wet weather flow objectives. So I'm wondering if this simply applies to larger developments once again.
Well, again, the subject of this report are townhouse developments.
Yes.
Not the examples that you're citing.
No, I do understand that. I'm using it as an opportunity, Mr. Lintern. Now, this does, I understand, require stormwater retention, recycled materials, all of those provisions that are in our green development standards, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, that's it. All right, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Acting Chief Planner, Mr. Lintern, can you just comment, please, on the committee recommendations, the changes to the staff recommendations that came out of the committee?
I believe through my response to the chair, to Councillor Shiner, I just outlined what happened.
I confess I was not paying attention.
I'm sorry. What happened, staff recommended as a result of discussions that were held with the development industry and other stakeholders, we recommended a series of changes to the townhouse guidelines. And that is in the supplementary report that was considered at Planning and Growth Management Committee. The recommendations of staff in the supplementary report were adjusted by the Planning and Growth Management Committee to delete certain words that staff had recommended.
That's my question. So what is the effect of deleting while balancing the need to accommodate housing in a growing city?
The effect is that it obviously modifies staff recommendation that was the result of an agreement with the stakeholders and the industry that we met with. So from a good faith point of view, it alters the recommendations that were being made by staff. It's certainly within the purview of council to do that.
I get that, but why would deleting those particular words, the balancing of the need to accommodate housing in a growing city, can you be specific as to why that, the people that build and who we made the agreement with or the understanding, why they would find that offensive or problematic?
Yeah, I can only speculate. They did write a letter. I can't speak for Bill. They did write a letter indicating that those words were valuable from their perspective. I feel that those words are modifiers to the overall intent of the preamble, and really the guidelines are all about how you develop townhouses and do not take away from other policies the official plan that we would otherwise apply.
Is it likely that the industry would have felt that those words give them more latitude to do what they need to do?
It may. I can't put words in their mouth, but they may have felt that it was important enough for them. We made a number of changes to the guidelines that they did suggest. We chose to not recommend a number of other changes, and we were comfortable with inserting those words because we did not feel it would change the overall intent.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the answers.
Okay. Councillor Shiner, to speak.
A motion to move, Madam Chair. My motion, in essence, moves the staff recommendations, not the committee recommendations. It deletes the two recommendations that were deleted at the committee, so I guess I'm giving you a double negative. I'm deleting the deletion. As our acting chief planner has said, a lot of work went into this, a lot of discussions with community groups, with industry groups and whatever. They are guidelines. They aren't zoning bylaws. They're not part of the official plan. They're meant to help our staff understand what an application should, what a townhouse development should look like through its many parameters that it has, and it's meant for people that come in and make applications to do the same thing. What the industry was concerned with, and the reason some of the changes were adopted, is they had examples of some wonderful developments of townhouses that city staff liked and the community liked, and they felt that without some minor changes, they might not be able to build them. And they didn't want things that would be interpreted as being ones that wouldn't allow the same type of development, which our urban design folks and others have said is great. So when you sit down,
we have new draft words for the
when you sit down, sorry, Leo, your microphone's off. Leo?
Yes. Hello.
Sorry.
Councillor Davis? Please, you're interrupted. Councillor Shiner is speaking. Councillor Holiday.
To me, there is a very important factor when you work with multiple parties, and we are a board of directors in a sense, and our committees make recommendations to us. So when we sit down with the public, with ratepayers organizations, with people from the industry and others, and try to work through problems and come down to a settlement or a reasonable proposal on both sides, and staff recommend it. This isn't where members of council have. Where members of council have made these recommendations, where staff have come back and said they're all reasonable and good. Nice guidelines, it'll work out. Let's try this, let's monitor it for 2 years. We'll report back on what may and may not work within it. We'll try and work through the guidelines, we'll train our staff. Everybody's satisfied with that. I really don't think the removal of these two conditions in there are ones that will make a major difference to the plan, but on the other hand, they're important to be in there to say these are guidelines, and that's things that we use. So my request of you as council is to consider that, and I hope that you'll support the city staff and my motion, which puts the report back in place. I know that Councillor Perks has a motion he's going to move. He doesn't agree with, and he'll explain to you better, door fronts where he believes there should be one door on the street edge and not multiple doors, and you should have your multiple doors inside. I don't believe, planning staff don't believe that's appropriate. They think if you have a door to your unit, it should be on the outside, and there was a major question whether you can even build that with the building code. Because you buy a townhouse, you want your door. You don't want to be walking inside to a hallway where someone else's shoes or coats or something else are hanging in there. You want your front door. It's reasonable. That's what we're trying to do, is get grade-related housing, but you have ownership to it. So I can't and couldn't support at committee those changes. Planning staff didn't support those. My colleague has been good enough to let me know he wants to place them and allow council to vote on it, and I appreciate that. But I would really hope at the end of the day that we work through and permit the staff recommendations to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Fillion, clarification.
I need a copy of the motion, Madam Speaker. I don't have one.
It is simply to delete the two recommendations that you deleted.
Well, it looked like a lot of words.
Can we put it on the screen, please? Okay, there it is.
So you are in effect you are in fact putting back in the words that the committee took out.
I am supporting the recommendations that have gone through almost a year's further review, that city staff recommended, that the division supports, that you didn't support. Yes.
You're putting back in the words that the developers wanted.
No, I'm putting back in the words that the city staff wanted, Councillor.
Where'd they originate from?
From city staff. They worked with the industry and they came through, and it is their report. This isn't a developer's report. This is a staff report.
Is it not the case that at the committee you held it up, sent it to the developers for consultation, and then it came back with these words in it? Is that correct?
It is the case where our staff sat on a number of occasions and worked with parties, both residents groups and others, during the deferral, and they came back with these recommended changes. That's a staff report.
How does this meet the...
Do you need clarification on what the motion says?
Yeah,
That's
well,
what this
I'd
is
like
about.
to know with those two sentences, I can see how the developers would want them. Why would you, as chair of the committee, supposedly representing what's in the public interest, why would you want two clauses that undermine our official plan? It would cause us to lose more cases at the Ontario Municipal Board.
Councillor, you are misrepresenting, as you are on many occasions, that. This is a set of guidelines.
Yeah.
I've been asked the question. This is not in any way changing the official plan or anything else that we have. This is a set of guidelines, and the chief planner has said that to you and everyone else here. There is no way that anything can be changed or be used in that manner. But you seem to go down this route because you have that vision. It hasn't worked really well with your townhouse guidelines that you put on Bayview, so you're concerned about these. But these are good guidelines that the staff have recommended, and in clarification,
Okay, Councillor Shiner, please.
I am supporting what the staff recommendations are, that they put forward in their report, after lengthy consultations with multiple people. This isn't a developer pro thing, which you may like to make it look
Okay,
like.
Councillor
This is
Schreiner.
good townhouse guidelines.
Please allow Councillor Fillion to ask one more question.
Yes, so the...
If it's clarification.
Yes, so given that the official plan allows townhouses, when you put in a statement that says, in some cases, not all guidelines can be met in full, however, a development may be acceptable when it respects the official plan. So if the official plan allows townhouses in neighborhoods and you put this statement in, how does that not make every hearing a slam dunk for the developer?
That was your last question.
No, it doesn't make it in any way a slam dunk, because most of the townhouses that are approved do not meet every part of the guideline. They may have a slightly different setback, they may have a slightly different distance. We are prescribing in this as if you're a distance between townhouses, but that's not necessarily true. It can be varied because many of the lots change in size. There are multiple issues that do affect the design. And you just read out the fact in no way does it go against the official plan. These are guidelines.
Okay,
That's what they're meant to do.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Davis, you have a question to Councillor Schreiner. Clarification of the motion.
So I'm trying to understand. So what's deleted is page 9, paragraph 1, while balancing the need to accommodate housing in a growing city, and in some cases, not all guidelines can be met in full. However, development may be acceptable when it respects the official plan. What's wrong with that? I think that's quite reasonable to delete those. They're qualifiers.
They're qualifiers because not all townhouse developments, as our planning staff have said, and you could have asked them, can meet every single aspect of a guideline because they're not zoning bylaws.
So your
and it also is one in very much, it is trying to encourage. What the townhouse guidelines do is they try to encourage what we all want here, which is grade-related housing. But we want that in a manner that goes forward and a guideline that staff have worked very hard on.
So your argument to Councillor Fillion was these are just guidelines, and so, you know, these changes aren't that important. So why is that not an argument for you as well? What difference does it make? This committee made these amendments. What difference does it make leaving in these
committee was,
amendments?
In due respect, and I do respect my colleagues, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fillion, and in the end, Councillor Campbell voted for them, and I believe he is not going to support them now. It's the committee's job to review it and make recommendations to council.
Okay.
It's council's job to make a decision, Councillor Davis. If you wish for them to be removed, then you're welcome to vote that way.
Okay.
But if you're asking me from my perspective, and a clarification, I think they're important to have in there to provide flexibility, and I think at the end of the day that you would get better development and have staff work in a better nature with these guidelines as written by staff than as corrected by committee. That's why I'm suggesting it. And at the end of the day, you'll vote whichever way you wish to vote.
Okay, so you think it provides greater flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Algemari to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm wondering how these guidelines differ from the ones that we already have been using. And the reason is that since they're called guidelines, and I understand the fact that they're called guidelines because that's the language that's in the official plan and in the provincial legislation, but I had examples in my ward where it just hasn't worked. On Wilson Avenue, an entire block of townhouses were built with an appreciable difference between what was actually constructed and what was on the plans. The result is a very institutional looking building with windows that are substantially smaller than what was in the renderings. When I asked why, apparently someone had dropped the ball. And I believe that there is something between planning and building, something in the middle, a space that's created since we no longer have inspectors that check for site plan compliance. We used to have those inspectors. We need them back. I wrote a letter at the time to the chief planner and the chief building official, and I said, this is lacking, someone needs to take up the slack. They both agreed, but as we know, they're no longer with us for one reason or another, and we need someone to take up that ball again and ensure that this compliance takes place. In Downsview Park, we've had hundreds of townhouses built, and a premier builder in the GTA, and what happened is the look of the subdivision has fundamentally been altered because cheaper materials were used. The whole arena now is less aesthetically pleasing, and it's more commonplace. This is not what we had envisioned for Downsview Park. And again, there's something dropped, a ball was dropped between planning and building. These two departments need to come together to see what they can do about following up on how a building looks as opposed to how they said it was going to look in their renderings, in their drawings, in their site plans. We're desperately working hard to make our communities more beautiful, especially with infill, and we have developers and builders who flagrantly disrespect our guidelines and their own designs. So there's no punitive action. And no one is suggesting a punitive action today. There's nothing we can do. Well, we don't have any teeth in this conversation, in this fight. We have no bite, and that's a real problem. So constituents look to us as their city councillors to try to uphold the integrity of the planning process and of the building process, and we can't because we're not holding the cards and able to do so. So I'm hopeful, I'm very hopeful that the two departments will come together somehow and reactivate the old system of having inspections done to ensure compliance of site plan. And I think that that would go a long way to helping us resolve what our principles should be, how our communities should be treated with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Al-Jamari, perhaps you're correct. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion on this. I'm moving that City Council request the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning to report back to the Planning and Growth Management Committee on amendments to the zoning bylaw to delete the permission for townhouse buildings to have multiple unit entrances accessed via shared landings along public streets. Now, this is going to take a little bit of explaining, okay? I'm going to so I beg you pay attention just for 2 minutes so we can establish some language and you can understand what I'm trying to do here. Now, as both Councillor Fillion and Councillor Shiner have told you already, various versions of the townhouse guidelines have gone back and forth. One of the key issues in devising those guidelines is to try to make the street relationship of townhouses less cluttered, less ugly, less full of junk, and to get cleaner spaces where you have a little front yard, you have a single doorway, you don't have the air conditioning out in front, you don't have the blue boxes all sitting in one landing, and so on. In that, you wind up with just regular townhouses, 2 stories, 3 stories, being fairly easy to do. The complexity emerges when you have stacked or back-to-back townhouses. When you stack them up, so you got a townhouse here and a townhouse here, or have them back-to-back, you have a problem. Where does the entrance for the upper townhouse and the rear townhouse come out? Now, if any of you are familiar with the townhouses that were built by Urban Core around the former Massey lands, sort of at Dufferin and King, you'll know that urban form. It's just a wall of doors and air conditioning. There's no public space. It's awful. And they've done a lot to try to remove that condition here. But if you try to eliminate the multiple doors entirely, in order to meet the requirements of having a unit up here and a unit behind and a unit in front, you have to have these multiple landings, which are the essential problem. So what the guidelines you have in front of you do is to say, under certain circumstances that's permissible, but we prefer what's called a hybrid building type, which looks like an apartment building, has only a single door to the outside for the 3 or 4 units, and has a foyer or a corridor inside the building. Now, developers don't like that, because if you have a foyer or a corridor inside the building, you have to do a couple things. One, you lose some of the gross floor area. 2, the person purchasing the unit doesn't have a door directly on the street, and that may affect its market value. And 3, in certain configurations, it triggers requirements in the fire code that you might have to have sprinklers or other fire suppression for that foyer. So for that reason, in the negotiations back and forth, staff settled and said, okay, under some circumstances we'll allow the multiple unit doors, but we prefer it not be there. And that's from the actual guidelines on page 25, the discussion of typical characteristics of stacked and back-to-back. So staff settled. They say, we'd rather you didn't have these multiple doorways on a single exterior landing, but we know we're not always going to get that. The effect of my motion is to say, let's as a city not settle. Let's as a city say, if you want to stack them or make them back-to-back, you're already making the extra money. And you can afford to give up a little bit of room inside your building so that we get a better public realm, so that we get a better relationship to the street, and we make our neighborhoods more attractive. And believe me, if you'd seen what some of these ones with many doorways onto a landing look like, you'd understand why the staff don't prefer them and why I am moving a motion to eliminate them as an option. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, didn't you have your name up there to ask a question? Okay. Oh, Councillor Carroll does. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion.
Just quickly. So you want to eliminate it altogether, but your concern in eliminating is the ones with the foyers inside?
No, what I'm trying to eliminate is to have 4 doors come out where if they weren't stacked and back-to-back, you'd only have 1 door. But because they're stacked and back-to-back, you have 4 doors coming to a single landing. And
right.
Yes, so I want to eliminate that exterior single landing with 4 doors and not have city streets that are walls of doors and landings and railings and just bad urban form. City staff in their their guidelines on page 25 say they prefer not to have that. So I'm saying let's not stop at prefer, let's take away that permission.
So I know that they prefer not, but there are some situations where allowing that allows you to look at what can be sometimes, it actually dates back to a couple hundred years to a Dutch-built form where you would do exactly that, to load some density in where
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You turned away from your microphone.
There is a long-held Dutch form of exactly that can be quite attractive if you get the built form pieces right. That allows you, where there are quite strict height requirements, to load a little density in. Would this not make it so that fourplexes are just not going to happen?
No. In fact, When these guidelines were being developed, 2 projects in Ward 14 were compared. One of them does exactly what I'm proposing, and one of them was done before we had any guidelines of any kind. And you had the multiple units. And actually, when they were doing the dog and pony show to show people what they were considering, they said this form is based on something that's 4 stories, it's got stacked back-to-back units, but it only has the single door and it has internal foyers and corridors. So no, there's plenty of opportunity to build, and frankly, I believe that the business case, when we do allow that hybrid form, which looks like an apartment building,
Yeah.
we still have plenty of developable sites, and I've got 2 of them in my ward. I think, frankly, the thing that makes it more difficult to do isn't these guidelines, but it's the thing in the official plan which is reinforcing neighborhood character, which is making it difficult to get more of those sort of 4-story deeper buildings built in some parts of the city. In my part, that fits the current character. In some other parts of the city, it doesn't.
Yeah, yeah.
So what I'm proposing doesn't make it, in my view, impossible. It does, however, for more intensive sites, create some GFA which is non-marketable. So it does cut into developers' profit margins. I understand that. And it also removes, for some of the units, having a door directly onto the street.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I just sent a motion in, so I'm going to take my name off and put it on the end.
Councillor Fillion.
Yes, thank you. So I would urge Council to support the committee recommendations. We spent a long time on it, and I'll just give you an example of what we fixed. And I know some of you don't have a lot of planning applications in your ward, so I'll try to make it as simple as possible. So just using this one example, the official plan permits townhouses in neighborhoods. However, staff take the interpretation that that doesn't mean every location in a neighborhood. So for example, on a busier street, it might be appropriate to have townhouses. We might even encourage townhouses there, but right in the center of a neighborhood, we wouldn't want to, even though the official plan technically allows that, or would appear to allow that by saying townhouses are permissible in all neighborhoods. So when you insert a clause that says not all guidelines can be met in full, however, a development may be acceptable when it respects the official plan, any townhouse development respects the official plan because the official plan allows townhouses in all neighborhoods. So it basically, with something that should be a policy, should be in the policy part of a document, not in townhouse guidelines, basically negates a section in the official plan policies. So if you don't want to do that, if you want the city to have to retain more control over where townhouses are appropriately located, then, in my opinion, you will want to stick with the committee recommendation and not support Councillor Shiner trying to put it back the way it was. If, on the other hand, you want to see townhouses everywhere and want to give all the power to the applicant, then so that they can beat us at the OMB, then you would want to support Councillor Shiner's motion.
Point of privilege, Councillor Shiner.
I would ask my colleague to withdraw his remarks as this isn't mine issue. It isn't a personal issue with my wanting to help developers get townhouses where townhouses are permitted by the official plan, and they aren't my recommendations. They are staff recommendations. And the councillors characterize it as if I'm out there trying to help developers get townhouses where they might not be allowed.
Okay.
And that infringes upon my reputation,
Okay.
as it's a lie.
Thank you. Just a sec, Councillor Holliday, but we just have to, Marilyn? No. Okay, so before, Councillor Holliday, we'll get to you after our break. Before we break, there are a number of members' motions that we need to introduce. So can we introduce them now so that the clerk can prepare them for when we come back? No, we won't have time. We'll do it when we get back. No, because then everybody else.
I can release something right now.
What I'm saying is that we have to introduce some members' motions before we break. We have a few minutes. Okay, Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm moving forward on some instructions from City Legal. I'd like to open this up as this matter is urgent.
Okay, in favor, carried. Okay. Councillor Grimes. Huh? No. Okay, Councillor Cressy would do it.
Oh, yeah, I could take off, but right after the vote.
Okay, hold on. Yes, Councillor Cressy.
Introducing this on behalf of Councillor Grimes, it's urgent as the deadline for the city to file its notice before the lab was March 14th.
Thank you. In favor? Carried. Councillor Fillion?
It's not on the screen, but it's a motion. It's a report from staff that council. Yeah, it's a report from staff that council directed come to this meeting, and it's urgent because it relates to a land transaction that is ongoing, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Shiner? We want to introduce these motions so they'll be prepared when we come back, so that's why there's an urgency to do that right now. Councillor Shiner?
Motion is urgent as recruitment process was undertaken and City Council should appoint a permanent chief building official and executive director as soon as possible.
All in favor? Carried. We'll recess to 6:30.